This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on April 28th, 2026 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida.
Test, test, test. Recording in progress.
I'm going to bang the gavel. All right. We'll call this meeting to order, April 28th, 2026, Lake County Board of County Commissioners. We welcome everyone here today. We'll begin the meeting with an invocation. This will be given by, let's see, I'm doing a double take. Is Pastor Brooks here? Yes. And then I was looking at Life Point pastor, head pastor there, and I kind of went, all right. Make sure I got.
You could have two.
Well, he's got, the pastor from Life Point is here to accept a proclamation, so we appreciate you being here. And Pastor Brooks, if you would come on up for the invocation, and we'll remain standing for the pledge.
I'm going to pray. He's going to preach, so mine will be significantly shorter. Let's pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today. We thank you once again for the opportunity that you give us to call upon you as we reach out to heaven and ask for wisdom upon all the decisions that are made here in this amazing county that we live in. We want to start off collectively, and we pray for much needed rain that we need here in our community. We pray, God, at the appropriate time that you'll send it to us and the ground can receive it well. We want to stop and pause for a moment and be mindful that there are men and women all around the world at this very moment standing guard, protecting the freedom that we experience. Let us never forget them. Let us always honor them, and we pray, Lord, that you'll bring them back to us safely in due time. Thank you for your love for us and the grace that you give us through Jesus, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
All right, moving along on our agenda update, Jennifer Barker, County Manager.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. One update, Commissioner Morris was not able to join us in person today. I believe he may be online. He may be participating online with comments on specific agenda items. However, he will not be voting since he is not present today. Other than that, I do not have any other updates.
All right.
I am online.
He's there. All right. Thanks for letting us know. Okay, we have an ARPA update. Sean is going to update us on the grants that are pending with regard to the ARPA funding.
Good morning, Commissioners. Great to see you all. It's been a few months. For the record, Sean Baudet, Grants Program Manager, Parks and Water Resources, here to provide you with an American Rescue Plan update. This morning, I'll provide some background information, a few updates, a couple recommendations, and conclude with requested action. Starting with some background information, the first item is the previously titled Veterans Transitional Housing Complex on County Road 561 here in Tavares. More recently, we heard from the Sheriff's Office, who recommended changing the clientele due to the proximity to the firing range. As such, this was renamed to the Multifamily Detached Housing Project, and the current balance for the site work and building construction is $3,475,708. The board also reallocated funds from a canceled project to be used for the installation and connection to city water and sewer for the same project. The balance for utility work is $1,224,856 for a grand total of $4,700,564. The board also earmarked funds for the purchase of one or more mobile shower and laundry trailers. This project was previously known as Mobile Day Services for the Unhoused. The amount allocated for this project was $400,000. Moving on to, and starting with the first update, is the Emergency Communication Operations Center Audiovisual Phase 2 project, which is now complete and has a balance of $3,366. The second update is on the 5th Judicial Circuit Security Camera Project, which is ongoing and included funds that were set aside for any contingencies, which is no longer needed. The available balance of this is $104,913. The third update is on the previously referenced multifamily detached housing project. This was advertised as an invitation to bid and closed on March 19th, 2026. This includes all site work, building construction, and utilities for 21 residential units. We received 3 responses, and the selection committee chose Nichols Contracting at a cost of $4,997,879. The fourth and final update is on the mobile shower and laundry trailers purchase. This was advertised as a request for pricing and closed on July 29th, 2025. We received 5 responses. One respondent provided full management services, but was well over budget. The other 4 respondents provided various trailer options that were under budget. However, the major obstacle with this purchase is providing sufficient staffing levels to manage the units, as well as the federal funding time constraints. So moving to recommendations, the first is to repurpose the excess funds from the ECOC and camera project to help pay for repairs to Lake Erie Road, which sustained damage due to a sinkhole. The amount is $108,279. And the second recommendation is to forego the trailer purchase and reallocate the $400,000 to assist with the building construction cost of the multifamily housing project. Within this table on the slide is the proposal from Nichols Contracting, broken down between the building construction and utility costs and compared to the revised budget, which includes the reallocation if you all approve. This would cover all expenses, and the approximate $100,000 balance on the utility lines will be used for additional required site work at the site. And additionally, the contract approval with Nichols is tab 14 on your consent agenda today, should you approve this. Here's the most up-to-date project list and includes the recommended reallocations. And requested action is approval to reallocate funds within the project list as presented. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I know we were all disappointed about it not being able to be strictly allocated for veterans purposes, but the idea being that this would then be used for basically rapid rehousing when you have someone that you're trying to get into permanent housing and you need a place for them. And we would include wraparound social services from the standpoint of caseworkers, and that would not be done by us. That would be done by a separate entity that would handle those kind of issues. And I had requested too, I don't know whether this is doable, but I hope it is, and that would be that a couple of the units would be held out for situations when we have storms or we have like an emergency that comes up and we need to have a place in a hurry for someone. As long as it works into the overall program, it just would be, I think, helpful to have that as an option. In the past, we've worked with the Homeless Coalition of Central Florida or Mid-Florida, and they've actually used hotel rooms, and you know that falls under very specific parameters and is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. So this should serve several purposes and fit within that ARPA funding. So I think I heard a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right. Commissioner Sabatini said approve, and Commissioner Parks provided a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, moving along then to minutes approval. Mr. Cooney.
Good morning. I have one set of minutes for your approval this morning.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving along to citizen question and comment period. We're entering the part of our meeting where the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of any zoning items that might be on the agenda or coming up in the future. Anyone who's joined our meeting through Zoom may press the *9 button to raise your hands, and if you're on Zoom participating, we ask that you click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone gets 3 minutes. If you hear the buzzer go off, we ask that you wrap it up. If you didn't hear it, I'll probably remind you that it went off, and we'll just ask that you wrap it up as quickly as you can. Under our public comments, first of all, let me just check. Do we have anyone online yet? We do. Okay, so I'll get to that once we get through these speakers. We have Farmer Banks Helfrich, and then we have Cindy Newton.
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. Let's make it about pineapple, shall we? You can take any pineapple, twist the top off, take the top, put it right into the ground, and in roughly 18 months to 2 years, you can have your own pineapple. Pineapples are juiciest when they are yellow, so have them grow as yellow as possible and get them before the raccoons do. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, do we point our finger at our president and blame him for the direction of our country? Do we point our finger at our governor, at our legislators and blame them for the high cost of living in Florida? Do we turn to our county commissioners and blame you all for potholes on county roads? Do we turn to our mayors and say they are the reason why our water bills are so high? Yes, we do. We are a blaming society. We find ourselves throwing blame at every chance we can get. My mother always said to me, once you point your finger at someone, you're always pointing 3 right back at yourself. 250 years ago, our forefathers were pointing their finger across the Atlantic Ocean to England, blaming England for their problems, until they took responsibility. You see, you cannot throw blame and take responsibility at the same time. You can only do one. So we are at a crossroads in our society, 250 years old, and we can do one of 2 things. One, we can take responsibility, and in doing so, take ownership of this great nation of ours, or we can point our finger and be blamers of nothing. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Candidate for State House District 25, advocate for Southlake County. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Newton, and then, let's see, Catherine is on 24, Cindy's on 24. Okay.
Good morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. First of all, I would like to thank Chair Campiani for dropping by the Friends of Wekiva, excuse me, pavilion dedication at Katie's Landing this past Saturday. It was a wonderful day for community and a great reminder of why we work so hard to protect our local gyms. Building on that momentum, I'm here today to urge the Commission to take a fresh, critical look at several key definitions within our county codes, specifically those regarding open space, recharge soil protection, and stormwater ponds. As we see increasing pressure on the Wekiva study area and our surrounding spring sheds, how we define these terms matters. For example, a stormwater pond is a functional utility, but it shouldn't always be synonymous with open space or with recharge. Similarly, our protections for recharge soil need to be robust enough to ensure we aren't just checking a box, but actually preserving the long-term health of our aquifer. If the Commission's open to it, I'm willing to help write up some suggestions for these changes while we're going over the comp plan, excuse me, and the land development regulation changes. I believe these updates would better align our local policies with our shared goal of protecting Florida's water and sensitive ecological zones. Thank you for your time and your continued dedication for our environment.
Thank you. Alex St. Martin?
Hello, my name is Alexandra St. Martin. I'm a Sumter County resident and your neighbor. I am here today to discuss the proposed injection well at the Heart of Florida landfill in Sumter County and to ask for your help and to stand with Sumter County residents, as well as Citrus County, Hernando County Commissioners, Representative J.J. Grow, and Samantha Scott in opposition to the FDEP regarding this injection well. This is a direct threat to the Floridan aquifer, where over 10 million people across 4 states tap in for their drinking water. And to be completely honest, the city of Bushnell and Sumter County have a pattern of putting profits over the health of people. For the past year, Sumter County residents have been begging Bushnell City Council, as well as our Sumter County commissioners, to do something about the ever-growing landfill issues and the things that have come along with it. While we fought to open an odor compliance case against them, we discovered their plan to construct a deep well with the intent of injecting leachate deep beneath the Florida soil and water resources. It was alarming. FDEP had already approved a Class 5 exploratory well with the intent to operate a Class 1 injection well in the future, and the community had no idea. We began researching, and we found that injection wells fail often, and when they do, there's next to nothing we can do to fix the issue. Once those water resources are contaminated, they are contaminated for life. There's plenty of data to support this, and there are many other options for wastewater and leachate disposal that could be explored. Currently, they have drilled the Class 5 exploratory well to test the viability of the area. We already have the FDEP data that shows the delicate, unpredictable karst geology of this area is not suitable for an injection well. The area in question is susceptible to sinkholes, making the risk for well failure too high, and the risk to our health is not worth their reward. The real meat of the issue here is the lack of transparency with the community, and that a privately owned company is not only being permitted to, but encouraged to grow their operation and bury a rural Florida community under their trash. They are exploiting our community for profits, and now they are putting your water at risk. An unchecked city is permitting operations while they ignore their constituents and neighbors' cries. The county doesn't seem to want to get involved. At the end of the day, it is every single elected representative's obligation to protect their community and put the health of their people first. This may be placed in Sumter County, but this will affect the waterways here in Lake County. Please join us and write a letter of opposition to the FDEP and anyone you can to express your opposition of this injection well. You can learn more at stopacms.org. Like I said, Citrus County, Hernando County, Representative J.J. Grow, Representative Samantha Scott have all wrote letters of opposition to the FDEP. We do not want this getting into our water. We don't want it to go forward, and we really need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I guess we can all look at the website. I would ask if staff could get us some information from the application itself, or maybe get us a link where we can view it so that we each can take a look at it ourselves. Commissioner Parks? Okay, that'd be great. It'll make it easier on everyone.
Let's add it to the next agenda, no matter what we do, just so that way we can revisit it the next.
Right, and it gives us sort of a deadline, all of us, to take a look at it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I appreciate this, and certainly I want to get all the information and everything first. But yeah, I mean, the mentality in Florida used to be dilution is the solution to pollution, and there's too many people now to do that. Look at some of the rivers and our aquifer. So I think let's take a look at it for sure. I have concerns over it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we have apparently some speakers online.
Susan Fetter, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Susan Fetter, and I am the president of the Lake County Conservation Council. We ask that you reconsider the density bonus included in the rural conservation subdivision ordinance you're talking about later today, particularly in areas of high aquifer recharge. The conservation subdivision ordinance includes rural transition, Ferndale community, Wekiva River Protection Area, the Wekiva Study Area, the Lake County Rural Protection Areas, and the Green Swamp Area of Critical Concern. The Wekiva Protection Area in particular already has transfer of development rights in place to address any density bonuses needed, and the county is pursuing transfer of development rights for the entire county as part of their discussions with the municipalities. The Wekiva Study Area is critical for Florida's water supply and is a high recharge zone for the Floridian aquifer. It protects a spring shed, making land use management vital to maintaining both groundwater quality and spring flow. No bonus density should be allowed in the Wekiva Springs area due to the decreased recharge and increased water use from the aquifer. Protecting the green swamp also is critical, as it is another prime recharge area for the Floridian aquifer. It supplies drinking water for millions. It also helps prevent flooding, filters water, and supports biodiversity. It acts as the heart of the Floridian aquifer, and its headwaters to 4 major rivers. Adding density to this area is also not appropriate for obvious reasons. A bonus density of up to 25% or more for open space acreage is an incentive for more pumping of the aquifer at a time when we're already under water shortage alerts. Lake County has vowed to protect rural areas and rural transition areas from overdevelopment. Adding density to these areas with the current county definition of open space will promote overdevelopment in these designated low-density areas. Please reconsider this aspect of the rural conservation subdivisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Any other comments?
Will the user labeled Chico please unmute your line and state your name for the record?
John Johnson. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Hit on mute.
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just got a question. I just moved up here into Fruitland Park off of Pixiola. And when we were looking at land here a little over a year ago, they were closed a Burrell lock and repair it and everything. They opened it and now it is closed again, been closed for about another month. It's becoming quite a nuisance because everybody that lives on Lake Griffin is pretty much lake locked and we can't get off the lake. And, summer's coming, people want to use their boats and we're restricted. I was just wondering if you guys had any updates on what's going on with the Burrell Lock.
I'm looking to see if anyone from the Water Authority is here that might be able to give us an update. If not, could we get your information to our IT folks? And then we'll
Sure,
connect you with the
I
Water
reached
Authority.
out to St. John Water Management and nobody seems to have any answers there.
Okay, all right, we can work on that.
Wrong. Somebody said it's a seal leaking, something's leaking, electronic. Nobody really knows what's going on.
Okay, we will connect you with someone who can give you an update on what the situation is and how long it's expected to take before it's operational.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everybody have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, we'll close the public comment period, come back to the board. We're going to move on to presentation of proclamations. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 that need approval. If we could,
Motion to approve.
Was this
All
consent?
4.
this is on proclamations, and then we have folks here to receive the proclamations.
Motion to approve tabs 3, 4, and 5.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that's unanimous, and I'm going to then move forward with the proclamations. Let me just tell you the order, so those that are here to receive them will know. Our first is to recognize Life Point for cold weather sheltering. Then we will have a presentation regarding National Travel and Tourism Week, and then a presentation regarding building services and building safety, and then the last one will be community legal services. So we will start with Life Point.
Good morning, Dana McGeehan, Office of Emergency Management. Since 2018, the Lake County Office of Emergency Management has supported sheltering for homeless and underhoused individuals through its cold weather response program. Cold weather shelters are activated when temperatures are forecast to fall below 40 degrees for 4 or more hours, or when wind chill values are expected to drop below 35 degrees for the same duration. Since the program's inception, there have been 40 activations providing safe refuge for hundreds of county residents. Life Point Church has been a dedicated partner since the very beginning, consistently providing a warm and welcoming environment for fellow Lake County residents during times of need. Life Point has been an exceptional partner to our office, reliably hosting shelter operations for residents impacted by a variety of circumstances. Members of the congregation continually step forward to generously offer their time, compassion, and care in service to their neighbors. In emergency management, we often refer to the concept of the whole community, which recognizes that preparedness, response, and recovery are most effective when all parts of the community are engaged. Life Point Church exemplifies this concept in action. We are deeply grateful for the leadership of Life Point Church and for the ongoing dedication of its remarkable team of volunteers. For today, we are happy to welcome Pastor J.P. Pearson, Pastor Pedro Linares, Pastor Dan Reagan, and our lead volunteer coordinator with the church who manages every activation, Alex Puig, to be recognized for their service.
Proclamation 2026-35, whereas Life Point Church, located in Eustis, Florida, has demonstrated an outstanding commitment to serving the community by partnering with the Lake County Office of Emergency Management's Cold Weather Sheltering Program to provide cold weather sheltering for vulnerable residents. And whereas since 2018, Life Point Church has faithfully opened its doors during periods of dangerous cold weather to provide a safe, warm refuge for individuals and families in need. And whereas the church's leadership, staff, and volunteers have given generously of their time, resources, and compassion to ensure shelter guests are treated with dignity, care, and respect. And whereas Life Point Church's continued participation in the Lake County Cold Weather Sheltering Program has strengthened the county's ability to protect residents during hazardous weather conditions and reduce the risk of cold weather-related injury and illness. And whereas the partnership between Life Point Church, the Lake County Office of Emergency Management, and community stakeholders reflects the power of collaboration and the spirit of service that enhances safety, resilience, and well-being of the entire community. And whereas the dedication and generosity demonstrated by Life Point Church has made a lasting and meaningful difference in the lives of Lake County residents during their times of greatest need. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby recognize and commend Life Point Church and its members for their outstanding service, compassion, and unwavering commitment to protecting vulnerable residents through its participation in the Lake County Cold Weather Sheltering Program since 2018. And a copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting and shall become effective upon adoption. So we appreciate you all being here today. And it's kind of hard not to get choked up when you talk about this issue, because this is not an easy issue. This is not an easy situation. And the volunteers in your church and your church community has embraced this opportunity to help those that are vulnerable. And when we first started doing this, I think we all had a lot of questions about how this would actually work, and would folks even want to leave your church after they had come in for the sheltering? But everything has worked well, and in those times when there have been a few blips, you've had coordination with law enforcement and their surrounding community, and you guys have just been an incredible community partner. We appreciate it. You're a role model for other organizations, and we welcome other churches to get involved. There is a lot of logistics that go into this, and it's not something easy to do, and we just want to recognize you for that.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it brief. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chairman, thank you so very much for the proclamation, and to the board, we're so grateful to partner with our county in this endeavor. We're never more like Christ than when we're serving, and so a church that's not willing to serve the community, what are we doing? And so we are so thankful to be able to partner with you, and I just want to say a special thank you to Alex and Marquita. They are our top lead volunteers, and without them and their leadership, we would not be able to do the work that we do in helping serve the community in the cold weather shelter. So as a part of the mission of Christ, to be able to serve alongside of you all is truly an honor and a privilege. So thank you, and God bless you, and may God continue to bless Lake County.
All right, I'm going to call on Ryan Ritchie for the next proclamation. Yep. This is Proclamation 2026-31, and I can read the proclamation. Do you want to say a few words? Sure. Yeah, and I'll introduce Rob. Okay, perfect.
Good morning, commissioners. For the record, Ryan Ritchie, Director of the Office of Tourism. I want to thank my staff. I want to thank this board, the Tourist Development Council, for all their support for tourism here in Lake County. Our good friends at the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association. That's why it smells like pineapples in here today. He'll tell you a little bit about the symbolism of the pineapple. But thank you again for your support. I'll introduce Robert Agrusa, President and CEO of the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association. Thank you.
And good morning, Commissioners and Madam Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Robert Agrusa, and as Ryan mentioned, I have the honor and privilege to serve as the President and CEO of the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association. And so on behalf of our Board of Directors, on behalf of our Chair, John McGavin, as well as also working with Ryan and his outstanding team, a dedicated team here at Discover Lake County, Florida, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of the vibrant tourism and hospitality industry that employs now more than 468,000 residents just across the Central Florida region, which is 37% of the entire workforce now. But as we know, tourism and hospitality industry is the backbone of our economy in Central Florida, with a regional economic impact of $94.5 billion and generating $6.7 billion in state and local tax revenue, and providing each household with annual tax savings of over $7,600 across the region. With it also being next week, Small Business Week, it's also a great reminder that there are so many small businesses that rely on the success of the tourism and hospitality industry, and our organization represents over 500 of those small businesses. They can include landscapers, HVAC companies, cleaning and sanitation products, laundry facilities, printing, and just so much more. And on the dais, you'll see in front of you are some fresh pineapples from one of our small businesses here in our community. And we also left you with the pin, which is our international symbol of hospitality. So we encourage you to bring those pineapples home, enjoy them with your families, and certainly wear that pin with being proud of the hospitality industry. And then I just want to share just a couple of facts about CFHLA and our partners with our hoteliers within the region. Just last year, we were able to distribute through our foundation over $160,000 to 62 different students who received a student scholarship to continue their education. In fact, over $1.5 million has our foundation given out for student scholarships. Last year, we also worked with all of our school districts to provide items for those students who are in need within our communities. And we, through our members, we generated over 305 items that we're now able to give back to the students across the entire Central Florida region. In addition, our members step up in a big way with our Adopt a School program. We have more than 117 schools that our members and now support, including several in Lake County, like Leesburg Elementary, Lake Hill School, and East Ridge Middle School. And then lastly, I want to just share about our Patriot Day Remembrance Breakfast. Last year was an opportunity for us to continue to recognize our first responders, our law enforcement EMS who go above and beyond each and every year. And last year, I'm proud to share that Lake County was one of the members of Lake County and from the Sheriff's Office, Deputy Sheriff Ronald Kozlowski from the Lake County Sheriff's Department was recognized as our 2025 Patriot Day Heroism and Law Enforcement Award winner. So once again, these are just a few highlights of our industry working together to create a positive and lasting impact on our local community beyond the jobs, significant tax revenue, and competitive wages and benefits. So I just want to say thank you again, all of you, for the time, opportunity, and certainly for recognizing the impact that tourism and hospitality has not only on Lake County, but certainly here in our Central Florida region. So thank you all very much for your time.
Proclamation, I'll read it real fast. And 2026-31, I got a good team here with you. The travel and tourism industry plays a vital role in strengthening Lake County's economy, generating revenue, creating employment opportunities, and enhancing the overall quality of life for residents and visitors alike. And whereas travel is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country with an economic output of $2.9 trillion, supporting 15 million American jobs. And whereas our county's abundant natural beauty, including its scenic lakes, lush parks, and protected wildlife areas, continues to draw nature enthusiasts, outdoor adventurers, and eco-tourists, reinforcing Lake County's reputation as Florida's lakeside escape. And whereas Lake County has emerged as a premier destination for sports tourism, welcoming athletes, teams, and spectators for tournaments, training, and events that energize the local economy and showcase the region's top-tier facilities and hospitality. And whereas the National Travel and Tourism Week offers a meaningful opportunity in 2026 to honor the accomplishments of Lake County's travel and tourism community, highlight the continued efforts of Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association, the largest regional hospitality association in the United States, and its partners, and reaffirm our dedication to growing the county's presence as a must-visit destination. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that the week of May 3rd through 9th, 2026 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Travel and Tourism Week in Lake County. And a copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes and shall become effective upon adoption, which happened today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. And we appreciate all that you do for our local economy. And so many people are employed as a result of what you all do. And we're hopeful that because of what you do, people get a chance to come to our county and enjoy it and hopefully tell others. And we'll continue to grow our presence as a destination in Florida and throughout the country and world. So thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, Bill Ondich, you're up. Building Services Director. You've got a group with you.
Morning, everyone. Bill Ondelich, Office of Building Services Director and Building Official. Building Safety Month is an international campaign observed each May to raise awareness about the importance of building safety. The campaign emphasizes the need for the adoption and enforcement of modern, regularly updated building codes and helps individuals, family, and businesses understand what it takes to create a safe and sustainable structures. I'd like to thank my staff for their continued dedication to the building code enforcement and their excellence in customer service. And thanks to this commission and executive management for your continued support to recognize the importance of building safety.
And we know this is a tough job. You guys take a lot of heat. It's not always easy. Folks are trying to get things done, and they want them done in a hurry, and you're often the one standing between them and that finished product, but you're making sure that it's safe, and that's what this is all about. Proclamation 2026-32, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County recognizes that our homes, schools, workplaces, places of worship, entertainment venues, and the infrastructure that supports them are safer, more resilient, and more sustainable when they are designed, constructed, inspected, and maintained in accordance with modern building codes. Whereas Building Safety Month is an annual public awareness campaign sponsored by the International Code Council each May that highlights how building safety professionals, up-to-date building codes, and effective code administration helps protect lives and property. And whereas Built to Last, the theme of Building Safety Month 2026 encourages us all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety. And whereas the ICC develops modern, consensus-based model codes and standards that serve as the foundation of safe, resilient, and sustainable built environment, addressing building, fire, plumbing, mechanical, energy, and existing structure safety, among other disciplines. And whereas the adoption, implementation, and enforcement of modern building codes, along with a strong system of plan review and inspection, are essential to mitigate the impacts of natural and human-caused hazards, including flood, wildfire, high winds, seismic events, extreme heat and cold, and other disasters, thereby reducing injuries, loss of life, property damage, and economic disruption. Whereas code officials, building, fire, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and structural, together with architects, engineers, designers, contractors, trade professionals, and first responders, work tirelessly to keep our community safe through professionalism, education, and collaboration. Whereas Lake County's commitment to public safety, sustainability, energy efficiency, and climate resilience is advanced by continuous improvement to local codes and standards, investment in community risk reduction, and public education that empowers residents and businesses to make safe choices in construction, renovation, and maintenance. And whereas the safety and economic well-being of Lake County depends on the diligence of those who design, construct, inspect, and maintain our buildings and infrastructure, and on the community's shared resolve to support policies and practices that strengthen building performance and disaster readiness. And whereas Building Safety Month provides an opportunity for all residents, property owners, and stakeholders to learn more about the importance of building safety and to participate in activities that promote safer, more resilient, and more sustainable structures across Lake County. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida. May 2026 is hereby recognized and proclaimed as Building Safety Month in Lake County. Lake County acknowledges and expresses profound appreciation for the dedication and service of code officials and all building safety professionals who work to protect our health, safety, and welfare. And whereas Section 3, Lake County encourages all residents, businesses, and institutions to join in observances and educational activities during this Building Safety Month to support the use of modern building codes and standards and promote safe, sustainable, and resilient construction and maintenance practices. And a copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting and shall become effective upon adoption. And that was a very long proclamation, right? A lot of words in that proclamation, but so meaningful. I mean, what you all do is so important. And I know that we all probably have traveled other places, other countries, and we think to ourselves, wow, this would never have been approved in the U.S. We are fortunate as a society that we have professionals like you that are out there making sure that the places that we work and we reside in are safe. So thank you so much. I'm going to go right here in the middle, and I think where we're supposed to be. Okay, great. All right, thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Then our last proclamation today, we have Matt Frey, Community Legal Services Board Member, and Adriana Tran, Community Legal Services Director of Government Relations. If you'll stand here, and then I'll read the proclamation, and if you want to make a few comments, then we'll do that next. All right, this is Proclamation 2026-41, whereas many Americans are one civil legal problem away from falling into or further into poverty. Annually, 3 in 4 low-income American households experience at least one civil legal problem, and yet 92% of these households do not get any or enough legal help for their civil legal problems. And whereas Community Legal Services strives to bridge the justice gap so that money is not a barrier to justice. And whereas since its founding in 1966, Community Legal Services has served the residents of Brevard, Citrus, Flagler, Hernando, Lake, Marion, Osceola, Orange, Putnam, Seminole, Sumter, and Volusia counties for 6 decades through the provision of no-cost legal services for those who could not otherwise gain access to counsel. And whereas communities served by Community Legal Services include low-income Floridians and their families, seniors, veterans, survivors of domestic violence, children with disabilities, disaster survivors, and other at-risk individuals facing critical hardships, such as the potential loss of a home, fraudulent contracts, financial instability, denial of benefits, barriers to securing housing, challenges in disaster recovery, and the need to obtain legal protections. And whereas through its dedicated staff and the hundreds of pro bono attorneys who have volunteered their time over the decades, Community Legal Services has served clients with more than 300,000 civil legal cases and committed more than 1 million hours of direct legal assistance for Floridians over the past 6 decades, embodying its commitment to legal access for all and strengthening communities and economic stability across its service area. Whereas as Community Legal Services celebrates 60 years of service in 2026, it continues to fight for the future of the community every day, one case and one family at a time, by providing early, effective legal help that strengthens neighborhoods and household stability. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, Lake County hereby recognizes and commends Community Legal Services on the occasion of its 60th anniversary for 6 decades of unwavering service to Central Florida, for its dedication to providing no-cost civil legal assistance to those who cannot otherwise gain access to counsel, thereby protecting families, health, and livelihoods. Lake County expresses its profound appreciation to the attorneys, professional staff, volunteers, and pro bono partners of Community Legal Services for their commitment to advancing legal access for all and bridging the justice gap for our most vulnerable neighbors. A copy of this proclamation shall be presented to Legal Services and spread upon the minutes of this meeting and shall become effective upon adoption, which occurred today. And we appreciate you all being here and the fact that you reached out to us to let us bring awareness to this, and the fact that you all do this great work. And we know it takes a lot of volunteers, a lot of staff, community commitment and the legal community here in Lake and the other counties. But thank you for all that you do, and if you want to say a few words.
I'll be brief. I cannot follow up the pastor or the other remarks. That's too hard. Commissioners, thank you very much for your recognition in honor of the 60th anniversary. Your continued support means a great deal to community legal services and the many individuals and families who rely on our work. My name is Matthew Fry. I serve on the board for Community Legal Services, Adriana Tran. The organization's mission is simple but crucial. Access to justice is a fundamental right. It should not depend on income. Yet for many Floridians, access to legal support is out of reach. And what good is the justice system if you can't meaningfully participate in it? That's why we're here. Our mission is to enhance the lives of those we serve through legal support, assistance, and education. Every client we assist, every clinic and presentation we host, and every partnership we forge moves us closer to a community where the justice gap is closed. Since our founding in 1966, we have remained steadfast in that purpose. As we celebrate 6 decades of service, we are more determined than ever to carry that mission forward by expanding our reach, deepening our impact, and ensuring that everyone, regardless of circumstance, can obtain the legal support they deserve. We also want to invite everybody here, not just the commissioners, but everybody else in the room. We're having a 60th celebration at Hickory Point Park here in Tavares on Saturday, May 9th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., open to the public. We'll have food, family-friendly activities, and stories from the community members of our 60 years of impact. And again, thank you very much for your recognition and support. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a marathon proclamation day, but all good. Really, really good subject matter, and it just shows how involved our community is and all of the different things that people do to make everything work. So many thanks to our recipients. Moving along now to our Clerk of Courts consent agenda, Mr. Cooney.
I have one item on my consent agenda for your approval today.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Sabatini made the motion, Commissioner Parks the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes 4-0. Moving then to consent agenda, tabs 7 through 23. Do we have any items to pull?
I would like to pull 11 and 14, please. And move to approve the rest.
Okay, all right, so we've pulled, anyone else? Tabs 11 and 14?
I'll make a motion to approve tabs 7 to 23 minus 11 and 14.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving back then to, let's see, tab 11.
Just very quickly, we don't need to relitigate this issue. I know that the commission feels very comfortable and is excited about moving forward with the drug court program, which of course is not entirely bad. I just believe in good faith that there's better uses of the opioid settlement money for different uses. We've already discussed it, debated. We don't need to bring it up. I'll be a no vote for the record on it. And then secondly, I would just highlight my concerns for the record that after that money runs out, that of course it will be a fiscal impact of roughly $500,000 a year going forward after that initial money is spent. So that's my concerns. Again, we don't need to debate it. I understand that the commission has an alternate position, but I'll be voting no. Thank you.
All right. And I do think after our last discussion that one of the things that came up was letting the committee know that we did want to see some of the funding going to programs that, in addition to operating drug court. So it wasn't just an issue of operating drug court, but opportunities for some of the providers to have access to this funding to do what they do.
And that was discussed at our last meeting.
Yeah, right. And this was additional funding that became available. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait.
Make a motion to approve.
All right. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
And that passes 3-1. Then moving to tab 14.
If we could just get just a very brief explainer on this. I did look through the documents, but I was a little confused about the legal posture when we do these agreements to help with the construction of these multifamily housing. Like, what's our obligation, and like why exactly, how does this occur? Why do we do this kind of thing? Thanks. I usually would have asked before, but didn't have time, so.
But no, it's a good question.
So this is actually a multifamily housing project on county-owned land. This is the old animal shelter. The board had made a previous decision that this would be an appropriate location for rapid rehousing, transitional type housing. So we are expending ARPA funds for this. We'll be putting in approximately 21 units, I believe it is. They're typically prefab, mostly one bedroom, some two bedroom, I believe, units as well. And of course, Commissioner Campion had made comments about pulling some of those aside. Ultimately, once it's constructed, we will look for a company to come in and manage that for us. But it is county-owned property, and it is using ARPA funds.
But it's not just typical housing. It's literally, it could be housing that could be overnight, it could be a week, it could be a month, it could be a year, but I don't think anyone anticipates it would ever be anything more than, 6 months or a year, while somebody is actually on the permanent housing list to get access to permanent housing. There's a lot of red tape that goes along with some of those programs where Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition is working with someone, trying to get them into housing, get them a voucher. This is, and this is typically not like people think about Section 8 housing. That's a completely different program. This is just for that in-between period where you're trying to help somebody who's literally, they're trying to help themselves, but they don't have access to housing while they're waiting to qualify for, or to, for example, Find, Feed, Restore is a great example. They do work like this. They could be a company that might want to bid on operations. Salvation Army, another group that has said in the past that they would be interested in potentially overseeing this. But it's really just for helping with that gap period.
And it's not free housing.
It's not.
There's wraparound services that come to walk with different situations, and they run the gamut to get them on to the next stage.
Just to be clear about the.
Can I make a comment? Sure. I know I would have, if I'd have been there, I'd have pulled this to ask several questions. First of all, going through the contract, are they required to do all the infrastructure from the road all the way through for these 21 homes?
Yes.
Roads.
Right, it's
the
everything
whole
that goes with
project.
these 21 homes.
That's correct. It's the turnkey project, Commissioner.
Okay, because that's $238,000 for a 700 square foot home. So I don't know how much the infrastructure is going to be, but that's pretty doggone expensive for a 700-foot home.
Yeah, it's not just the home, though. It is all those, it's the infrastructure, it's the water, the sewer, it's the roads, it's essentially it's a scenario like if somebody were developing land, you've got the cost of the home, but you have all of the costs that went into actually making the space usable for that purpose. And when this started.
The county's going to own the property, the county's going to own the houses, and we're going to have somebody manage them. So we're going to pay somebody to manage them. And do we have a synopsis, a prospectus on what it's going to cost for somebody to manage it? And are we going to make money on it? Are we going to be able to reinvest it if we are? I mean, there's a lot of questions that have not been answered. It's just giving $5 million away for 21 homes. And I don't see a prospectus on what we get out of it other than 21 homes.
Yeah, and this is one of those where, in working with Mid-Florida Homeless Coalition and some of our faith-based groups and groups like Find, Feed, Restore, where we literally have this gap where we don't have a homeless shelter in Lake County. People have indicated that is not something there is not a consensus in the county to have an actual homeless shelter. But what we've taken is a position.
And I don't disagree with that. They need to be there. I'm looking at 20 years down the road. Where are we going to be with this?
Well, 20 years
That's
down
what
the road,
I'm
you
concerned
might sell it.
I mean, is it going to be a winner? Is it going to be a loser? Is it going to break even? There should be a prospectus done on it anyway, or somebody should have some numbers together if we're going to have to end up paying money every year to keep this thing going.
So, yeah, and I don't think anyone ever viewed this as something that was a moneymaker as opposed to as actually part of filling that gap versus doing something as extensive as a shelter, which there's not support to have a full-blown homeless shelter because of all of the pitfalls that come along with that. But this was more to have an opportunity when we are working with people and we are trying to get them into their own permanent housing where they're paying for their housing. Often what happens with these, Commissioner, is that whether it's the federal or the state government, they will offer vouchers for people that qualify. And if you can get those vouchers, that does help offset your cost. But there's no guarantee in these instances where somebody's falling in that gap, they haven't qualified for the voucher. And it would be up to that organization that's operating it to be the one that is perhaps doing the fundraising, doing the things that they need to do in order to operate the housing. I personally, when this first started, I was more in line with the county doing it. And I heard from folks that, I think Commissioner Smith might have been one of them, that said, let's get another group that does this all the time to be the ones. They do this as a nonprofit organization. So really then the cost of it comes back to us from the standpoint of maintenance, maintaining the buildings, making sure that they are safe, fixing any things. But I don't think you're looking at a huge amount of cost on an annual basis when it comes to those kind of maintenance issues. And then one day, 20 years from now, who knows, there may be a whole different model for how you handle these situations and these become used for some other purpose or sold. I mean, but for now, this is our way of trying to fill that gap when we need a place to put someone while we're trying to get them into a permanent housing program.
So this is time sensitive. They're going to build 21 homes. We don't know who's going to run it yet. Are we going to put an RFQ out to see who's going to run it, what the management fees are going to be, what our anticipated revenue is going to be, or what are we going to do?
That's what we're going to do, is put an RFP or an RFQ out for any of these organizations that do these kind of things. We're anticipating, like I said, Salvation Army is a logical one. They actually do a lot of these units. They just don't have them in a group right now. Salvation Army works as a wraparound service for people that actually have gotten vouchers that help them offset their costs in housing that they're in right now. So Find, Feed, Restore is another one that works closely with the federal and the state governments. They get vouchers for residents that they're serving. And then they do fundraising to offset those differences in cost.
Quick question, if Commissioner.
Sounds good. My other concern is that the bid went out at 4.9, and we've already added an additional 400,000 to it today. So, I mean, I don't understand that, but.
I think that was for partly going to the city of Tavares water and sewer connections.
So a portion of the 4.9 is the utility connection to the city of Tavares. I believe the bid came in, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 4.7. The bid, or I'm sorry, it was 4.9. We had 4.7 identified in the ARPA funding, so we had that few $100,000 shortfall, and that's when we talked about not purchasing the mobile shower and laundry facilities because there was some time constraints related to those, as well as if we could get those up and running with somebody managing them. So we transferred the 400,000 that was allocated for that to cover the shortfall that we had to meet the quote for the transitional housing.
And with the ARPA funds, I mean, we're up against a deadline on the use of these funds, and there were very restricted uses that we could use these funds for, and so this was one of those that you could use it
What is the deadline again?
December 31st, all funds of this year, all funds have to be fully expended.
I think I'm in Commissioner Morris's camp on this one. It's a huge expenditure. Obviously, I'm playing a little catch-up here because some of the folks on this commission have been at this for a long time. This is, you guys are at a final product. You've learned about this for a long time, but this is a huge expenditure. The approach, which I don't know if I feel comfortable with. I mean, when it comes to trying to help people who are underprivileged or have serious, obviously housing needs, I think rehabilitation, redevelopment in existing structures is approach I think is best. I mean, that's what I prefer. I don't know if this is the approach I feel most comfortable with. If anything, I would feel comfortable just voting to table this for another month so we can just talk about it a little bit more. It's a huge jump, and I don't think the deadline's really that imminent. We really have 8 months to make a final decision and transfer the money. So I don't know how this vote's going to play out, but I'm probably a no for now until I have a chance to study it a bit more.
And it may have been that a good, not knowing that there would actually be opposition, honestly. I didn't expect that you or Commissioner Morris would have any issue with this. I think I probably would have scheduled at least an hour-long workshop on homelessness and housing needs in this county. Right now, we know that there are about 2,500 students in Lake County that either live in a car, live in a hotel, live on somebody's sofa, don't know where they're going to sleep from night to night. We have there's a giant need in this county. We have people that are trying to do all the right things, but they can't make their ends meet. And we have some great groups that work with them, help them find employment, get new skills. So there's a massive group of people in this county, network, I should say, that work towards trying to help folks and usually these are not the folks that people are contacting us about that live in encampments. Let's just be honest that we're talking about two totally separate groups of the population. We have the folks that are in encampments that have a lot of problems, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's staying under the radar, not wanting anyone to find them. There's a whole set of problems there. And then you have the folks that are not making ends meet, or they just had some bad thing happen and they lost their home. And now they need a place to stay. Those are the kind of people that you put in one of these units while you're trying to get them back into housing. So much time has been spent on trying to figure out the best way to approach these things. We have housing units all over Lake County that people don't even know might be next door to them or down the street from them, where we have one of these groups, whether it's the Salvation Army or it's another group, is actually helping somebody go through a transition like this and get into permanent housing. So there is a lot of rehab type things that are out there where houses have been rehabbed. We do our impact fee credits for people that go in and build infill housing and provide rent at reasonable levels. There's just a whole array of approaches, and this is just one of those places where we had a gap. And that is that place where you need to put somebody for a relatively short term while you work with them to get connected with one of these other programs. So I think that was the hope that this could provide, and initially we were just focused on veterans because there is a need for veterans in these situations to be able to have housing while they get connected with maybe another program that can help them. So that's kind of where we landed on using the old animal shelter property for this purpose. And at one point, there was even a consideration that we would leave these available for when we have storms and we need places for housing. We're fortunate that in Lake County, the Baptist Assembly that is out on Lake Yale, they actually are a great partner, and they offer up rooms there that people that have come into the county to help us or people that have been displaced can go stay in. I know that when the city of Eustis had this situation with the bridge go out at Spring Ridge, we actually had Laser was out there that night along with the fire department and different public safety officials, and we were actually working with the Baptist Assembly to put them in their units. But all of that was happening really fast. If they had been full and there was no place to go, this is the kind of thing that you could have potentially used for a few weeks while those people found out whether they were going to be able to get back into their homes. So that's where a lot has happened leading up to this point where this is on our agenda and we're asking for support today. So I'm hopeful that we'll continue to have the votes.
Yeah, can I make just a quick statement? This is something that was not decided on in the last 2 months. We've had multiple workshops on this. We've had multiple discussions about this. It's been 3 years in the making. Yeah, about 3 or 4 years in the making, and it certainly was not done half-heartedly. There's a lot of research that was done, and I believe this is the best option for the funding and to help the citizens that need it. So I'm going to be a strong supporter of this.
Yeah, I'll also express my support for this as well. I think, as you had said, this has been worked on for a couple of years, and just like to point out that, and this is not a savory topic to talk about, it's very unsavory. It's a very difficult discussion that has to be had at the local level, and that's what we've been trying to do for a couple of years. I think, you know, your point, these are people that could be living in the woods at any moment. And I think it's you know, I go to church. My church is very active in donating and providing food and services, and that's great. We all do. A lot of churches do that, but in all reality, that doesn't solve the problem. We're never going to solve the problem with homelessness, by the way, but it's the wraparound services, and that's why we had talked about this for years. It's the housing and the moms with 2 kids, the veterans is the focus. And if you do ride-alongs with the sheriff's department, you'll see people living in parking lots in Lake County. That's what this is aimed at. The cost, I mean, I do have questions about our whole bidding system and procurement, and we're going to get to that, I'm sure, this year. But the cost to not do this, on the other hand, especially with our own residents, I think could end up being far greater as to what happens and the extension of continual homelessness in the cycle with people. So I'll remain supportive as well. Yeah. And I'll make a motion.
I think it's a fabulous, I'll finalize my thoughts. I think it's a fabulous idea, and I'm not worried about the 21 homes. I'm worried about what happens after the 21 homes are here, okay? And I just want to be cautious not to put the county in a position that they're going to be paying a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And I know one of the ideas I had early on was that we would go out and buy units, or we'd buy lots and build the units on different lots in different places. And I know one of the questions was, you know, well, then we're going to take the money and actually give the units to one of these groups. And I think the idea that we would actually own them was something that came up in that discussion, that we should own them. Then we control the destiny of those units. We can contract with someone to operate the program, but if we own them, if one day in the future it's decided that we don't need this anymore and this could actually go into the private, you know, market, then we could sell it. The money could then go back in for other purposes in county government. So I think this gives us more options in the future by being the owner, but then actually working with someone else to help us with the social service side of it.
Commissioner.
This isn't a black and white for me. It's just I err on the side of a bit more caution on this and don't think that the need is there. And the way you described the immense need, I think this is not, it doesn't solve a problem. It just, I wouldn't even call it a Band-Aid. It's like aloe lotion, maybe. I don't know what it is, but
Unless you
it's
lost
not.
your house in a flood and you needed a place to
Okay.
stay.
Well,
You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah, we have different conceptions of the overall role of government, but that's totally fine. Let's just move forward with the
All
vote.
right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, moving along then to parks and, let's see, presentations.
Can I make a mention? I didn't pull tabs 16 and 17, but I do want to make a mention that on tabs 16 and 17 is totally focused on infrastructure.
Can we clarify who made?
$8.5 million going toward infrastructure, so.
A lot of road resurfacing.
A lot of road resurfacing. Yes.
Yeah,
Very good.
so I just wanted to make that out to the public in case they didn't quite.
And thank you for doing, that's what we do locally. Unlike the federal government, we have to deal with resurfacing potholes and our very own citizens that are homeless or facing issues. So thank
Right.
you. Yeah, they're varied.
No, thank you for bringing that up.
Local government is.
Those are two really good agenda items that are moving forward a lot of road improvement projects and resurfacing projects. Okay, did I have a question from the clerk? It was
Clarify.
Smith made them.
Commissioner Parks made the motion, I made the second.
Okay. Okay, presentations tab 24, Mike Fitzgerald, Planning and Zoning Director, and this is regarding the Rural Conservation Subdivision Design Standards.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Planning and Zoning Director. Today's agenda item is a discussion and direction regarding a proposed ordinance for amending the Rural Conservation Subdivision Design Standards. The Lake County Comprehensive Plan contains policies that allow development in the form of a rural conservation subdivision, and that's primarily applied to the Rural Future Land Use Series, the Wekiva River Protection Area, Wekiva Study Area, and the Green Swamp Area of Critical State Concern. For some background, in 2022, the Board of County Commissioners received public comment on the creation of rural conservation regulations, and on January 24th, 2023, the Board adopted Ordinance 2023-09, which created the land development regulations for those subdivision provisions. Since then, the Board has determined that adjustments to the regulations are needed. Staff has worked closely with the County Attorney's Office and stakeholders and residents and taken input and recommendations from them and has come up with a draft ordinance that was provided to the Board in their packet. Just some highlights. There's enhancement to the definition of primary and secondary conservation areas. That includes historic and archaeological sites, including cemeteries, codification of prime farmland, protection of wildlife habitat, buffers to wetland and water bodies, preservation of viewsheds, mapping and feature analysis, and protection of those open areas by a legal document that is recorded in public records. Enhancements to the conceptual sketch plan that gets submitted would be revised timing for the public information meeting, revised timing on the on-site meeting with county staff that is conducted, and enhancing the management plan that is submitted to describe how open space, preservation areas, stormwater ponds, and roads will be managed. And then the biggest change, in my opinion, is all conceptual sketch plans are now reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners. We no longer have an exception based on number of lots or the number of parcels. Also, it provides for the board to approve a conceptual sketch plan by a resolution. Those are some of the highlights. Staff is happy to answer any questions, and we welcome direction by the board.
Okay, all right. This is tab 24, and we do have 2 public comment cards. I think I'll do the public comment cards, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Catherine DeYoung on the first card, and then Cindy Newton on the second card. Do we have anyone online? We do? Okay.
I never remember how this works. Is it within the? Just give me a second to load up. There you go. It's probably blurry. Okay. Good morning, and thank you for your time. I'm here today as the project director of the Island Pond Cemetery Project. This project involves the research and restoration of a 140-year-old historic cemetery in Lake County. I request that this ordinance be amended to include human burial sites, cemeteries, and documented areas of interment as primary conservation areas instead of secondary conservation areas. I would also like to see some language added that requires the HOA or community to maintain these conservation areas according to best practices outlined by the Florida Division of Historical Resources and the Florida Public Archaeology Network. The name Rural Conservation Subdivision implies the purpose is concerned with the preservation of land and natural resources, when in fact it is much more complex than that. The purpose and intent identified in Section 17.00.01 includes cultural, historic, and archaeological sites and features that contribute to rural community character. So to remain aligned with the purpose, human burial sites need an extra layer of protection in this ordinance. Where will that protection be added in this ordinance? In Section 17.01.02, protected space and open space. They're defined. They're defined here. It goes on to define that primary and secondary conservation areas, and it provides examples of each. As you can see, the current draft of the ordinance places historic and archaeological sites as a secondary resource, which sounds fine on a surface layer, but I believe that human burial sites was overlooked. I don't think people factored that into being a part of a historical or archaeological site. And in dealing with human remains, an extra layer of protection really should be added. The problem is in the wording of the ordinance. The current draft ties primary conservation areas to natural and physical resources. This creates risk and uncertainty for developers when it comes to human burial sites. While it is true that the land where human burial sites currently exist could have been developed if there were no burials there in the first place, that's irrelevant simply because there are burial sites there. It is the one case where I can see an exception can be made for including them into primary conservation category. By law, human burial sites cannot be built upon. They can't be excavated, graded, or disturbed without violating state and federal laws. Cemeteries are also not recreation areas. While people visit them, they're not areas that are used as open spaces are utilized. Burial sites are also different from other historic sites which are acceptable to be included in the secondary conservation category. Cemeteries are places of interment, and they require a higher level of accountability. By placing them in the primary conservation areas, it provides clarity for developers and limits risk. If you wouldn't mind, I have one more request. Furthermore, I would also like to see some language added that requires the HOA or community to maintain the conservation areas. Florida statutes intend that landowners are to maintain cemeteries on their property, yet there is nothing binding to enforce it. Statutes say that if landowners do not maintain the sites, descendants are permitted to do so. As the county knows, ongoing maintenance of these sites is problematic. In the case of a local development from the 1990s in Lake County, the developer inserted language into their PUD request that removes the burden of care from the community, quote, shall not have any duty to provide maintenance to the site. This language should not be permitted in future developments. In many of these communities, the landscaping in common areas is meticulous. Typically, these historic sites are small, and the cost of mowing is minimal. Requiring a community to maintain a site is not creating a burden. Remember, how we regard the legacy of those who came before us, it speaks volumes about our character as a society. It's a simple
Catherine.
request to honor our past.
Okay, thank you. And just want to play devil's advocate for a second here. If they're primary,
Yes.
then they don't count towards open space requirements, right? If they're secondary, then they do. So isn't it possible that if you gave a landowner the credit, so to speak, for being able to use it as an open space, that they would be more inclined to want to take care of it and want to make it part of their overall plan? Otherwise, if I had a piece of land and I had one of these on it, I might just carve it out and not try to incorporate it into my overall plan. So I feel like maybe your goal is you want protection, but you might actually be lessening protection by wanting it designated primary versus secondary. Anyway, just something to think about, and we're not making a vote today, but think about that, and then maybe we talk about that some more, just because it dawned on me that while it's a great idea to say we want to really protect and preserve these areas, and we want someone else to take care of them and not county government to take care of them, but we might actually be penalizing the developer that wants to incorporate that into an overall plan.
Not if you put language in there that requires maintenance of it.
But again, if you're requiring maintenance, then you might actually be dissuading someone for wanting to actually incorporate something like this into an overall plan. So just take that under consideration, because it might be that what you're asking for is actually having the opposite consequence of what you're trying to achieve.
Somehow, I think you need to document or make aware. I don't feel there's enough protection when you just group it under a historical or an archaeological site. A human burial site elevates it to some higher level of protection.
And maybe it's the wording that we use, and we need to look at that, but just, from the standpoint of primary versus secondary, I'm not sure that we're getting
I don't
to the place that you want to
see,
go.
In addition, people getting off on their open space by saying, oh, here's a cemetery, now you get credit for that. People don't use cemeteries as open space. You can't use them as recreation.
Yeah, but you want them to be valued. And I
course.
think by actually allowing them to incorporate them and get some value for open space from them for their overall development plan, that you're actually, you're
I don't think a place where.
but I don't want to go back and forth, so we're going to stop it right here, and then we're going to move on to
A
Cindy.
dead body shouldn't be a bargaining chip to allow a developer to have more room, for.
Well, that's a kind of cheap shot, because what we're trying to do is actually protect them and protect those sites, and we're trying to come up with something practical that does that. But it just, the goal is to try to help, not hurt the situation. All right. Okay, Cindy Newton.
Hello again. Cindy Newton, District 4. This ordinance allows for land application of biosolids in the Florida's ecologically sensitive areas, specifically in the Wekiva study area. While I acknowledge the regulatory framework provided by Chapter 62-600, 62-610, and 62-40 of the FAC, as well as recent passage of HB 1245, current protections remain insufficient to safeguard our groundwater and springs. I wish to emphasize that the land application of Class A or B biosolids is strictly prohibited in the Wekiva study area. Furthermore, while the application of AA biosolids is currently permissible when distributed and marketed in accordance to Chapter 62-640, this practice requires immediate and rigorous oversight. My opposition is rooted in several critical factors. The persistence of the forever chemicals, PFAS, even biosolids of Class AA, despite meeting the the high pathogen reduction standards, they still have the forever chemicals. These substances do not degrade. They pose a cumulative threat to the Wekiva study area's delicate ecosystem. There are Wekiva-specific protections that could come into effect here. The wastewater treatment facilities operating with a Terrarium protection zone must adhere to the strictest treatments of requirement under FAC regulations, and the springs criteria established in sections 373.801 to 373.811 of the Florida statutes. The unique karst geology of the Wekiva study area makes it highly vulnerable to nutrition loading and to chemical leaching. There are also some regulatory gaps. Although HB 1245 this year did introduce better managements of biosolids, the marketing and distribution of the Class AA materials often bypass the site-specific scrutiny that is applied to the Class B materials, potentially leading to over-application of nutrients and contaminants in the high-risk zones. I urge you not to allow the Class AA biosolid land spreading either in this ordinance. At the very least, exclude the Wekiva study area, the Wekiva protection area, and the green swamp of critical concern to ensure that permissible does not become detrimental. We must prioritize the health of our springs and the long-term safety of our drinking water over the convenience of waste disposal. Thank you.
Okay, do we have someone online?
John B., please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, John Blodgett, 9350 number 2 Road. I just wanted to address, I tried to address this with the attorney about the clustering, and I understand the clustering within the rural conservation subdivisions. My only question is that how far the clustering goes as far as the view sheds and the purpose of the whole rural conservation subdivision. So throughout the whole rural conservation subdivision, it says, you know, preserves scenic view sheds, enhances rural character, and for the project in the surrounding area. So the question becomes is there avenues to be able to make it so it doesn't look like an urban subdivision plopped into the middle of a rural area? And some of the thought processes is, can we, you know, look at staggering houses? Can we look at, and it's not so much unclustering them, but can we make them so that they're not so rural or urban-esque looking within the subdivision? Can we skip a lot every 3 lots? Can we stagger how they're laid out? Can we do different things at looking at coming up with a better look than just this big clustered urban style look that's within the middle of a rural area that is nothing but one house every 5 and 10 acres and so forth. So I just wanted to put that out there because we have instances where this is coming up where you're going to see stacked houses, you know, on major roadways. So the idea is just to provide some other options and avenues to be able to mitigate that look within the rural area if we are truly trying to preserve the view sheds. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually very good point. Anyone else online? Okay, all right, back to the board for questions of staff or discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill, you're right here. Sorry, come on up. Bill Ray.
Name for the record is Bill Ray, Ray and Associates. This ordinance is coming forward for, you know, workshop and talk. It's been a long time coming into development. We just went through the first rural conservation subdivision, obtaining approval on that to move forward. I want to commend staff and the county manager and the county attorney for working closely with the stakeholders of developing appropriate language. I think we've clarified some points and made it a reasonable, predictable you know, outcome for both the developer and for the county. Look, this stakeholder, you know, growing up in Lake County, farming, rural agriculture, rural areas of the Green Swamp, I can support this ordinance going forward. With that, I think it's good. Are there some small things that need to be tweaking? Obvious. But I think it's flexible enough to where we can do that through the process and the approval of the conceptual sketch plan once you get into the individual projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Mike. On the, let's see, 17.01.02, C, I think it's C4, the slopes, where it talks about slopes.
Yeah, slopes of 15%, 25%.
Yeah, you see where it says slopes of 15% to 25%, which requires special site protection? Is, when you state it like that, 15% to 25%, does that become like an average? Or as opposed to just saying if it's a slope that's any 15% or more? Right, because I've seen this used in other codes where it's used to water down.
Yeah, what's the benchmark?
The way it's written, it's between 15 and 25%, and it looks like it has to do with the septic tank fields.
It should probably be like,
I mean, if you want to, this is the time to make the change.
I would just say
to any regulation.
15%, anything
Like
15
any-
over.
yeah, like any number, because it's different than like a buffer where they do an average. And it varies. This, if the slope is, if it reaches a certain point, that's where you need to do the stabilization. Regardless, even if it's just a 10-foot section, right? That's the way
Yeah,
I would.
I know, I saw this come up before on something happening east of Eustis where we have a lot of hills, and it was being used to actually sort of water down the protection because they were using the 15 to 25 or 15 to 30 or whatever, and they would look at the overall and go, oh, well,
Yes.
we don't have to have the protection unless it's like really 20%, because it should just be anything that's 15% or more would have the protection. And the other thing I thought about on the cemeteries is the possibility that you go 50%. 50% of the cemetery could be considered primary versus 50% secondary, so you at least get credit. But I hadn't really thought about the argument until today when Catherine was presenting her concerns, that you're actually assuring greater protection when it's secondary, because you're actually making someone, the project, whoever's developing it would be looking at it as that's very valuable to them because it gives them that use as open space. And while it's not technically a place that, I mean, it is open, you know? I mean, it's open in the sense that, you know, it's not being developed, but as far as it being protected, it seems like it actually gets more protection if you give them credit for the open space. So one idea I had was maybe you do 50% secondary, it's credit for 50% secondary, so they at least get some value out of it. Especially if we mandate in here that any one of these that actually incorporates that in an overall plan, that it's their obligation. It should not fall on the county or the public. So you want to give them some offset for that. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are on that, or if you see the same concern.
Yeah, so, yeah, my comments is just in general, and I'll touch on that, I think, in a second, that, you know, first of all, in a broad sense, this is site planning done at a much different level than what you see in the county with current codes in many of the cities, or all the cities, really. Cities, a different aspect, because this requires you know, going out to the field. It's not done on paper. It's not an engineering exercise to maximize the use of the property, which many home builders, that's what they try to do. I'll just leave it at that. So I think it's good. I think there's a lot of discussion, and this is a good move forward to keep promoting the conservation subdivision criteria. You know, I'm at a little bit of a loss today. I was a little busy last week. Dealing with the topic is actually quite relevant to this. So there's, you know, just some, I'm going to go through it again. I do have, you know, open space is going to be key in protecting the right open space moving forward. So I'm going to dig into this a little bit more. I know we're just advertising. We may be just voting to advertise it today, but about some of these conservation areas, making sure that you're maximizing open space and the right kind of open space as well. The prime farmland definition, there's that federal definition that's recognized for prime, I think it's prime agricultural soils by USDA, NRCS, right? And then prime farmland. I think just one thing I'll look into just to say is that's very good, and that should be a basis for, especially for protecting ag soils in Lake County. There's some mapping that's been done, and it's shocking at how much really good agricultural soils we've lost in Lake County. Nothing we can do about that now. But there are soils on that map that I think are still good for certain crops, forestry, that maybe aren't defined as prime, federally prime ag land. So I'd want to look at that a little bit. So yeah, it might be going above and beyond that a little bit what the federal definition is, but certainly wouldn't want to look at that. And you know, maybe there's some soils that we map on our own that could demonstrate that. I'll look, of course, into how this connects to the Florida Wildlife Corridor. That's been mapped now for years, keeps getting updated with data as it comes in. Not just that Lake County's unique, there's two primary wildlife corridors, the one that's in the north, Wekiva, and then the south, Green Swamp. And there's this kind of gap in between. But there's some secondary and even tertiary corridors that could be connected to that and how we become corridor compatible in all of our communities. So I'm going to look for a little bit of that to see if maybe it's already addressed in here, but if we should further address that. When it comes to the water, I agree with the biosolids, with Cindy's comment. I would be very careful about that. I think any on-site treatment should be at least 85, I'm just going to give a threshold here, should be 85, should be treated to 85% of a municipal sewer system at least.
Does that exceed what AA or,
That would exceed that, so the septic system, if it's there.
oh, you're talking about the individual systems?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, no, yeah, this would be different. This would be like a septic or sewer system. View shed, I think that can be addressed as well. That's a very good comment, because I think there's a lot of value in the clustering, especially when you're, and you want that to happen, especially when you're trying to protect these right areas on a site that have a lot of ecological value to it as well, so.
Maybe we look
my
at
comments.
Randall Arendt's book to see how he handles that, whether he's got any commentary on that and how you address, like, whether there's a way to assure the clustering doesn't actually impact the view shed. Is it the height of it? Is it the scaling? Is it the, for example, John said, separating, spacing?
And, the state has limited our ability for architectural, some architectural standards, but we'll have to check and be careful with that. But I think that there's something that we can do. The people that are going to be doing this, and this is what we need to embrace in all of Lake County. Even there's urban versions of this that can be done, and it just requires more site planning and concern for our environmental resources. And I know, Bill was, and I appreciate your work on all this, Bill, and Cindy too. I think you've both been great on this. But I think that's a mindset that needs to be changed. And, we'll get there with some of this, so.
Quick question
I've
for
got
Mr.
just a
Parks.
couple of things real quick. One is a couple of ordinances that we have done. It segues right into this, our tree ordinance for one, the heritage tree. It works very well with this, but also regarding cemeteries, there's strict state laws on cemeteries, what you can and can't do with them, and a perpetual oversight of those cemeteries and what is needed, what's not needed. So I think this is good enough to move forward for advertising, and we can tweak it, as Mr. Ray said, we can tweak it as we go along.
Commissioner
Quick question for Commissioner
Morris?
Parks.
Yeah.
Can I ask Commissioner Parks a question?
Sure.
You mentioned a septic system that treats up to 85%.
Yes.
That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's right.
On-site, up to 85%?
Yeah, I mean, you get DWTS. I mean, you could get some advanced ATUs as well that are not considered DWTS, but we'll stick with the
Okay.
threshold.
I just want to make sure there's other options.
Yeah, we'll stick with I think if, you meet that threshold.
Just a percentage that everybody will be able to work within, correct?
That's right. Yeah, there'll be more than just one option. There'll be, two options. Some will work in some areas better than the others, but.
And it leaves the door open
Thank you.
for advanced technology in the future.
Absolutely.
Just for clarity, today's agenda item is a discussion and direction to staff. I'm not certain that it was for advertising, and it sounds to me like we still need to take some recommendations from the board members to incorporate into a draft ordinance that we would advertise. And we're certainly welcome to take those recommendations, incorporate it into a new draft to bring forward for the request to advertise.
So the board could approve it for advertising today. The two things that I have that were actual concrete changes were the change of the slopes to read 15% or greater, and then cemeteries to qualify for 50% open space credit. I know Commissioner Parks is going to be looking at some things, but if you wanted to, you could approve it for advertising today. It still has to go to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then it would come back to you for public hearing. So Planning and Zoning Board as well will have a public hearing on it.
Move to approve for advertising.
Second.
Okay, and just under discussion, and I think the reason I would support it moving ahead is that I do think the way that it is now, it needs serious work. I'm not this, but what's in the code now, and so we've got to get that done. And for that reason, I think
That's the reason
moving,
why I seconded it so
Exactly.
quickly. Because of, we've already got an ordinance on the books, we need to have it changed, and this will get it moving quicker.
exactly, right. And that's, again, that's why I would support it, and I think we've got some time as you get it ready for the next,
We will take
Hearing.
recommendations from the board members, incorporate it into.
we might want to get a little comment, though, right now. I don't know whether you guys are wanting to leave the bonus language in there, or is there a desire to take it out? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to take the bonus language out.
I'm with Commissioner Smith on that.
Okay. So you want me to give some of these comments in between now and the next couple weeks, like farmland, open space, the 85% municipal? Do you want to have a, for advertising?
We've got that on the record today. I mean, I think I think everybody's in agreement that if you're going to pick
Okay.
85%, that it's a number that actually allows them options, whether it's on-site, DWTS, whether it's advanced treatment systems, but it's not, you're not picking the number that only
Yes, only one. to
allows
get.
one of those.
That would be an amendment to section 170401 for water and wastewater. We don't have any amendments in this version of the ordinance. So
Yes, it'd
we
be-
still have some work
Okay.
to do to make some tweaks on what's being discussed today.
So I will get with you on some of these, and I guess you'll just have to break it out if I have some different, any of us could do that, but you're going to advertise it, there'll be a little bit of time.
Right, so.
But I mean, I'm just trying to help you with if it's significantly different.
Right, so a couple of things. Once we advertise it, we don't make changes to the draft. We do errata sheets. That way, when members of the public download it, they know that that's the version that's been advertised, and they will see additional changes. So you can send us additional changes, and we can wrap those into an errata sheet when it comes back for public hearing, or we can make these changes now, bring it back to you, and then you can do approval to advertise at a different meeting.
Okay. Yeah, and regarding the density bonus, I would not, at this point, I would leave that in. There may be ways to take it out. I mean, I'm sorry, I just feel, I mean, it does depend upon where, maybe you tie this to a density bonus to a transfer of development rights where there's no additional density across the county or within an area that you're providing. And that, if you tie it to something like that, this could be a very useful tool when they, I don't want to throw that out at this point. It could be a very useful tool. The alternative, again, is going back to our crappy code is, everybody thinks 1 and 3 and 5, and that's nobody's fault in here, but it's just the way it is. The 1 and 3, 5, and 5 acre lots that get platted out, or maybe it's half acre lots, it may seem like that's a rural thing to do, but people will do what they want with their property, and they will, and they could clear out areas that have great ecological value that might have been maintained and managed with a really good management plan. And I just don't want to lose that opportunity. So that's why that's in there. I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater on that, so to speak, yet. So I think if there's a way to tie it, I understand what people were concerned about. Oh, you're going to add density, but maybe if there's a way to do this without increasing net density overall, and in the county, tie it to the comp plan somehow, I would leave it in there. I'd be interested in that.
So, Madam Chairman, if I can just add to that, the density bonus language is actually in the comp plan. So you can remove it from this ordinance, but then we would have to go back and do a text amendment and remove it from the comp plan as well, because it is allowed in the comp plan.
It's been in the comp plan since.
Correct, since we adopted the original rural conservation subdivision ordinance, we also adopted comp plan provisions. So it's policy I-1.4.6.1.
And I mean, the irony of that is, look at the ups and downs with that LPA at the time, putting that comp plan in place.
Yeah, but wasn't that more recent?
This
was actually more recent.
density bonus is specific for rural conservation subdivisions, and it was adopted in January of '23.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the comp plan, though, it was in the comp
No,
plan.
no.
No, it was just adopted in the comp plan in '23, at the same time we adopted the LDR.
Okay, all right.
And it's become more of a burden than I ever thought I anticipated it would be I don't like density bonuses.
I think it creates confusion, and it creates a perception that I don't think is necessarily fair, but it becomes a problem. And, you know, from a practical standpoint, right now, if you have rural land, 1 unit to 5 acres, a individual that owns, you know, 100, 200 acres, they can plat small lots and cluster now to a certain degree, right? How small of a lot can they have in that scenario? Is it 1 acre?
It depends on their, if they're going to come in with a plat, we're going to look at the overall acreage, the overall density, and then we look at road frontage.
And you look at,
We do not have lot size currently in Lake County's code.
and then you look at, you're looking at the wetlands, you're looking at water bodies, those things are getting pulled out anyway, right?
Correct.
For that
We look
overall
at open
density
space.
calculation.
Correct.
So to a certain degree, someone who wants to have a clustered neighborhood right now in a rural area can in fact do it. What we don't have is these things that are in this proposed ordinance that talk about, well, how do we handle slopes and how do we handle, you know, the, you know, common open space versus, you know, just the open space that's created because someone has a large lot. We don't, so I'm just trying to.
This is still optional for somebody to do, though.
Right, we're creating an option, and so then you have to decide, okay, by creating this option, when we're looking at the public interest, you know, what are we achieving as a result of having an option versus letting people, I mean, we already have the ability to cluster. So then that question comes in, do you give them a density bonus by doing something that's considered to be more desirable and more, adds more protection to the environment?
Don't get me wrong, there are people that will do, developers that will voluntarily do this without a density bonus, but I'm thinking about the insatiable appetite of big home builders that, and small, some small too, that will go the straight zoning route, and because there's no incentive, there wouldn't be an
Okay,
incentive.
and therein lies, I
Yeah.
think, the whole rationale behind a density bonus.
Yeah.
Is that they may go the just normal straight zoning route and cluster versus doing something like this. And Commissioner Parks is saying the reason why you have the density bonus is so you might actually have them do a better product that has more protection for the environment.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's,
The only problem I have with the density bonus is if, because we're doing all this in either agriculture or rural transition. So if you have a rural transition of a 1-to-1 with 50% open space, and then you say, oh, well, we're giving you 65% open space, but I want to have 22 more homes. Well, you're over the 1-to-1, and that, you know what, we're in Lake County. If they want to live in Lake County, let them live in Lake County. We don't need to be like in a municipality to where, I just do not like the density bonuses. That's just me personally, and
Yeah, and I
also like the 65-foot lot lines.
maybe one thought is that you take it out for rural transition, but you leave it in for rural.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a thought.
That's a thought.
yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I look, again, it's more of the site planning thing. I don't think it'll be used everywhere, but, you know.
I haven't seen one of these come before us yet that didn't utilize the density bonus. Every
Yeah,
one
I
of
mean,
them.
How many have we had? We had a lot of density bonus takers?
Well, we've had
Only
one
2.
and a half.
Right.
1.5, and they're
So-
all tried to use density bonuses, and some of them have come down because of other regulations.
But again, that's because they elected this over just using straight zoning. So you're making the argument, really, that they saw it as beneficial enough. I mean, to get the density bonus, they were willing to do something they otherwise wouldn't have done, and that is go the extra mile on these protections. So I really think to a large degree this comes down to public perception, and most of us do not want to be associated with something that appears to be giving people more density right now, when everybody is so, sensitive and upset about growth.
Yeah. No, I
I
get
think
it.
that's really a big part of what's happening.
I understand. I wish we would have more, not that we don't, we're having a good discussion here, but I think I wish there would be more rational discussion on that out in the public. It's just like what we talked about with housing. That's not a fun thing either to talk about, but, you know?
Right, well, I think the more you get information out, the
There won't
greater
be
the
people
chance
like
there
that.
is that people understand why it is that you're doing what you're doing. You're not necessarily just trying to add more houses, what you're trying to do is actually get the protection that came along with having an ordinance like this. So, we have a motion and a second to move it forward, and then we can work on the fine tuning of it and use the, the markup so that people can see the changes that we made in between.
So just to clarify with that motion, it includes the change to the slope language, the change to cemetery open space, and then the on-site treatment of 85%, correct?
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that any other changes can be made, because Commissioner Parks hasn't had the opportunity to go through it.
Correct. So
Okay.
I'll make these three, and then if he has additional, he can send them to me, and we'll.
And then we'll get him well in advance to look over them. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes and moves on then to the advertising phase. Okay, thank you, Mike, appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who participated. Thank you for everyone that has been giving comments all along. And we're moving along now to tab 25, which is the Fire and Rescue Ambulance Services update. Can we just take 5 minutes so that it's almost 11 and we'll start back up at 11?
Time flies.
Over there behind the elevator. Our restrooms are not working right now. Go to the elevator.
Where'd you start and where'd you finish?
We started in Thomasville, Georgia.
Yeah,
We're back on the air, and we're moving along with tab 25, everybody. So Tommy is going to give us an update and a presentation.
Good morning, Thomas Carpenter, Assistant County Manager, and I'm here to provide a 6-month update, Fire Rescue's operational plan to add ambulances to the Claremont area and countywide. So the outline, I'm going to review the last time I was before you, October 14th, 2025, and I did a board presentation of the county's EMS system. In addition, I'm going to review the letter that Commissioner Campione wrote to Claremont's mayor and their city council on November 14th, 2025. I'll then share with you the improvements and enhancements to the EMS system that we made since October 14th, and then share with you the strategic plan moving forward for ambulance deployment. So on October 14th, at that time, the county managed 20 countywide ambulances with 2 of those assigned to the Claremont area. Ambulance response times for the city of Claremont for fiscal year 2025, and that's from October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2025. The average response time was 10 minutes, 33 seconds, and the 90th percentile response time, which is really what we go by, was 16 minutes, 21 seconds. Fire Rescue's 2026 plan was to minimally add 2 ambulances to the Claremont area, and that one of those being by December 1st, 2025, and the second one by April 1st this year. And so Commissioner Campione's letter, she addressed 5 specific areas that she shared with the city, with the mayor and the council. She described the county's EMS system that's been in place for over 25 years. Bless you. She discussed Claremont's request to provide ambulance service. She addressed Claremont's response data titled Dispatch to Arrival Over 20 Minutes, and during that October 14th presentation, Mr. Van Wagner, the city's manager, when he addressed the board, he had a document in his hand, and he was speaking of the times that it took the county's ambulances longer than 20 minutes to arrive on scene. Commissioner Campione then encouraged the city to work with the county to improve service, and then she last addressed the county's ALS EMS system support. So to begin with, in describing the county's EMS system that's been in place since 2000, the county is the holder of the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, COPCN, and we hold the only advanced life support license. We have one set of medical directors. Everyone that works on an ambulance and everybody that works on a fire truck or any fire apparatus, be it county or city, works under that single license with a single medical director. And what she first started out with was a good point about being ALS fire first response with provision of care by a paramedic. It's often, I think, lost in the message that people believe that care doesn't start until an ambulance gets there. And in our system, our paramedics on ambulances and fire trucks are trained equally. They meet the same standards, they use the same medical protocols, and they work under the same medical director's license. There's an emergency call in Lake County, and a fire truck and an ambulance are dispatched to that call at the same time. In most cases, the fire truck gets there first, and when that fire truck gets there first, that firefighter paramedic initiates care. And they start the same level of care, and then when the ambulance arrives, they turn over care to the ambulance paramedic, and then they take them to the hospital. And so that's how our system works. And I think the message was that our metric for measuring when care starts is when that first paramedic arrives. And if it's on an advanced life support fire truck, that's when it occurs. At that time, the county operated 20 to 23 ambulances countywide. Our minimum was 20, but we were upstaffing several for training for the increased number of paramedics that we had. Claremont benefits from a coordinated system and have access to all county resources. At the time, 2 ambulances were assigned to the Claremont area. As I go through this presentation, we don't have any ambulances permanently assigned within the city. One's in Mineola, and at that time, one was at Fire Station 109, a county fire station on the south side.
But you just said assigned. You didn't mean assigned. You meant actually like residing, like housed in the city, right?
Correct.
I mean, they were assigned, but they couldn't stay in the city because there wasn't a city location that the fire department was
At
providing.
that time, we weren't assigning anyone or posting anyone
Okay.
within the city. Yes, ma'am. And then 2 additional ambulances would be assigned to the Claremont area and would go in service by April of this year. In addition, 5 to 6 ambulances would be added to our system countywide by December 2026. So Claremont's request to provide ambulance service, she pointed out that if Claremont withdraws from the existing integrated model of service, they will lose access to the shared pool of countywide resources. Claremont would be required to invest in personnel, vehicles, equipment, dispatch, infrastructure, medical direction, patient report billing, and training. Estimated that if Claremont were to staff 6 ambulances, the cost estimate is conservatively $7.3 million annually. In fiscal year 2024, county collected $4.27 million between ambulance MSTU and billed patient revenue. And I need to make a clarification here. In the letter that Commissioner Campione wrote, and she asked us for the information, we provided it, we put $4.4 million is what we gave her. The estimate for the taxes collected, the ambulance MSTU was correct. And for fiscal year 24, that amount was $2,386,932. But there's a difference between what we bill and what we actually collect. And for 2024, that number was less. In that fiscal year, we collected $1,885,121. We actually billed over $2 million. But I think it's important that in a fiscal year, we understand exactly how much we collect because that's how we function. In fiscal year 2025, the county collected just a little bit less at $4.26 million between ambulance MSTU and billed patient revenue. Again, I need to make that clarification. In Commissioner Campione's letter, we estimated closer to $5 million. The taxes did increase, almost $250,000 to collected from Claremont, $2,635,374. However, what was surprising to see is what we actually collect in from billed revenue, cash receipts from patient transports, was $1,633,913. So for us, it's important to know how much cash we actually collect in 1 year's time. Now, that doesn't mean that what we've billed, what it'll mean is it'll come in future fiscal years. We'll collect bills that we've billed in fiscal year 24 and 25. We'll collect some in this year. We may collect some in next year. And for when it comes to medical billing, it's not like a cable bill where I just pay my cable and I pay $100 and then it's paid for. This is medical billing. And so that was one of the things when we worked with our vendor to understand that just because we billed it doesn't mean that we have it. We actually look at what we collected in that fiscal year. So I just wanted to make those corrections on the record. And then she last pointed out that Claremont's goal is to have ambulance response times of 10 minutes 90% of the time. The next part was regarding the document from Mr. Van Wagner that he had about the dispatch to arrival over 20 minutes. And so after the board presentation in October, several days later, Chief Ezell got a public records request to, hey, what do you have? Let us have it. And then he also shared it with us. And so once we received it, the county did a deep dive in terms of what's in this document. And so we looked at the time period that they pulled the information, which was January 1st to October 11th, 2025. And so during that period of time, there were 5,394 unique ambulance calls. The document Mr. Van Wagner had represented 249 calls where there was a greater than 20-minute response. That's about 4.6% of the total 5,394 calls. So of those calls, the 249 calls in question, 59% or 148 were determined to be a low acuity alpha call or a public assist call where an ambulance had a non-emergency response or an emergency response where the ambulance responded in less than 14 minutes. So a low acuity call based, someone dials 911, they talk to our nationally accredited dispatchers and determine, is this an emergency, a non-emergency, what's going on, how do we send help to you? In an alpha call, the fire truck and the ambulance go non-emergency. In a public assist call, that could be someone that's, I've fallen, I can't get up, I need to get help back in bed. They're not really hurt, they just need help. On those calls, just fire trucks go non-emergency. So what we found when we looked at it, in the public assist calls, I believe there were 25, 22, we were requested by the fire department, hey, can you come here non-emergency? patient needs to go to the hospital. We found 3 calls in which we were requested an emergency. And of those 3 calls, we had response times less than 14 minutes, and they were specifically 13 minutes, 33 seconds, 10 minutes, 47 seconds, and 6 minutes, 58 seconds. So of the remaining 101 calls that warranted an emergency response and took over 20 minutes or longer for an ambulance to arrive, that represents less than 1.9% of emergency calls where an ambulance responded in Claremont between January 1st and October 11th, 2025. The next part Commissioner Campione addressed was to work with the county to improve service. And she pointed out that currently no ambulance is stationed within the city of Claremont. There are 2 agreements in place that authorize the placement of ambulances at 2 City of Claremont fire stations. She also shared that 6 municipalities in the county house ambulances at no cost. And then she shared the challenges of fire service transitioning to provide ambulance service. And we've experienced that in the county, that while sometimes fire is anxious to provide ambulance, that once that starts occurring, ambulance work is hard work. And when firefighters are moved from fire engines to ambulances, sometimes that's not the most popular decision. And then the last part of this was increased number of paramedics. And so I ad-libbed this part, and in her letter, her words were more, recent recruiting of paramedics has vastly improved thanks to competitive shifts and single certified flexibility. But I chose to add this language because I wanted to be more specific in terms of how we've done that. We've increased pay by providing a 24 or 72-hour shift schedule for single certified personnel. Our last collective bargaining agreement allowed for better pay that made them more competitive. And then Fire Rescue implemented a one-of-a-kind in-house paramedic program that completes paramedic training in 6 months. Typically, that is a 12 to 13-month process. And what Fire Rescue looked at is how can we get paramedics? We're not able to recruit all the paramedics we need. How can we develop our own paramedics in a quicker time? And so that in-house paramedic program, it essentially, they go to school 5 days a week. The EMTs are assigned there. That's their full-time job. And they can do it in half the time. And the test scores show that they're passing their tests at a higher frequency than they do in a traditional setting. And then the last part was the county's ALS EMS system support. And here, Commissioner Campione shared that if the city pursues a standalone service, county-provided services would no longer be available if they went after their own COPCN to do service. This includes annual funding that is provided to the city for ALS first response services through an agreement between the city and the county. ALS first response funding provides to Claremont and to all cities that have this agreement with the county 0.1 mil of assessed value annually. And for this year, Claremont will receive $617,868 to provide ALS first response services. This really is important because it means they're part of the system. And this is how the system was designed, is to have ALS first response to respond. They typically arrive first and that they begin care. It is not lost on Fire Rescue, myself, and the many times I've stood before you that we knew that we've had deficits in staffing ambulances. From COVID to the Medicaid minimum wage to everything we've had to go through that set us back, we have had issues with being able to staff ambulances to the level that we've wanted to. And we've now gotten to a point through our working with the union on the latest collective bargaining agreement and with the in-house paramedic program that we can now staff. And so the last part of this letter shared that if you're not part of the system, then you're not getting any more of the funding. So the next part is really, I get to share with you what we've done since October 14th. And so since that time, 4 ambulances have been added to the Claremont area through a phased implementation approach. December 2025, one 24-hour ambulance added along with 3 peak load. When you hear me use the term peak load, that's typically daytime hours, 12 to 13 hours, when the most people are out. So added one 24-hour ambulance along with 3 peak load 13-hour ambulances staffed with personnel on overtime. Minimum ambulance staffing countywide is 21 ambulances for 24 hours and up to 24 ambulances for 13 hours a day. And through our partnership with the Sheriff's Office and healthcare partnerships, The 3 13-hour ambulances were assigned within the city limits of Claremont at the Sheriff's South District Office, Advent Health Standalone Emergency Department, and the UF Health Standalone Emergency Department. Advent Health is across the street from South Lake Hospital, and then UF Health is on US 27 south of the 2750 intersection. In January, one of those 3 13-hour peak load ambulances was converted to a 24-hour full-time ambulance. That increased minimum ambulance staffing countywide to 22 ambulances for 24 hours and 24 ambulances for 13 hours a day. All peak load 13-hour ambulances are now staffed with assigned personnel and are part of the minimum ambulance staffing requirement. February 2026, the second of 3 13-hour peak load ambulances is converted to a 24-hour full-time ambulance. Minimum ambulance staffing countywide is 23 ambulances for 24 hours and 24 ambulances for 13 hours a day. And then on March 9th, 2026, all of the peak load ambulances were converted to 24-hour full-time ambulances, providing an increased minimum staffing of 24 full-time ambulances. 3 of those 4 added ambulances continue to post during peak hours in the city of Claremont at the Sheriff's South District Office, Advent Health, and UF Health standalone emergency departments. So during the day, we get to keep them within the city. In addition to the 24-hour full-time ambulances, up to 3 additional ambulances may be in service each day to train paramedic provisionals. For instance, today, where our minimum staffing is 24, we have 26 ambulances for the first 12 hours and 27 ambulances for the second 12. So today's one of those days. And then after adding these ambulances, it was important to see what kind of impact that would have. And so in the table in front of you, I'll start in the far left column, date range. So it was important for us to look at it weekly. What impacts, are there any delays, any aberrancies, anything that requires our attention? And so we started this on the week of March 16th. The next column is the time of day, and it's important, and I'll show you why, of when we look at response times. We looked at what we call daytime and nighttime. So the daytime is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Nighttime is 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. And then we looked at the county's average, the county's 90th percentile, and then we compared to Claremont's 90th percentile. And again, just as a reminder, from slide 4, for fiscal year 25, our average response time was 10 minutes, 33 seconds, and our 90th percentile was 16 minutes, 21 seconds. So in that first week, that March 16th to March 22nd, I want to go to the county's 90th percentile daytime, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Our ambulances were arriving to calls in 9 minutes and 11 seconds, 90th percentile. In the column to the right is Claremont's 90th percentile, and for that week, they arrived in 10 minutes, 15 seconds. And under their time, I have a 24, and what that means is in their stations 24 hours a day, they don't move. So when trying to do an apples-to-apples comparison of response times, I took our daytime hours, our 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., because that's when we had 3 ambulances in the city, and compared to their response time. And for this first week, we arrived at calls on an average 1 minute and 4 seconds quicker than their fire engine did. But when you look at the nighttime, it increases by 3 minutes because we no longer have ambulances in the city. They go back to their.
We don't have a place to put them because we don't. Right. I just want it to be super clear that it's not because we don't choose to be there. It's because we don't have a place that we're being provided.
Correct. Where they are during the day are temporary places. It's a room. They can do a report, they can sit down, they can eat, they can use the restroom, but it does not provide overnight facilities. It's the sheriff's office, which we do not have ability to sleep there, and both Advent Health and UF Health were very gracious in providing space for us, providing snacks, providing anything that we needed. They just don't have the ability to put a bed there for us to stay overnight. And so that's why at night, they return back to the stations in which they report to in the morning. So 2 of those ambulances go to Mineola, and 1 of them go to Fire Station 109 south of Claremont. The second week, March 23rd through March 29th, again, daytime hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Our 90th percentile time is 11 minutes, 4 seconds. For Claremont, they are 9 minutes, 44 seconds. So for that week, their fire engines arrived 1 minute and 20 seconds quicker than we did, daytime hours. Nighttime, there wasn't much of a change. There was an 8-second increase to 11 minutes, 12 seconds. We go to the next week, March 30th through April 5th, again, daytime hours. Our 90th percentile response time from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. is 10 minutes, 19 seconds. For Claremont, it is 9 minutes, 9 seconds. So for that week, they beat us on scene by average of 1 minute, 10 seconds. Nighttime, again, that's a pretty significant jump of 4 minutes because we don't have anywhere to stay within the city at night. Folks return to their quarters. And then April 6th through April 12th, our 90th percentile response time was 11 minutes, 7 seconds for the city of Claremont. That week, it was 10 minutes, 33 seconds. And so if my math is right, they beat us by 34 seconds to the call that week for daytime hours. Nighttime, it increased by 2 minutes, again, because we don't have ambulances in the city during nighttime hours. And then the last week, April 13th through April 19th, daytime hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., our 90th percentile time was 9 minutes, 35 seconds. For that week, City of Claremont was 9 minutes, 30 seconds. So they beat us by 5 seconds. Nighttime, there was almost a 4-minute increase. And again, we don't have places to put our folks at night. They don't have sleeping quarters within the city. So I thought this was important to share because the effort that has been made over the last 2 years between the current collective bargaining agreement and then the in-house paramedic program was well thought out, and it's taken a long time to get here, but it's important that I share that it's been a plan in play. Last week, Claremont had their workshop in which they mentioned ambulances, and they acknowledged that we've added 4 ambulances, but it was also described as a system was still fragile. And I would submit to you, based on these times, I would tell you that I don't believe the system to be fragile. All right, next slide. So, our strategic plan moving forward. So with the county manager's permission and working through the county attorney's office, we're evaluating the purchase of a commercial building in Eustis to use as an ambulance hub. Up to 3 ambulances and 1 supervisor may be located at this facility. This is very exciting news for us, and I hope that we have some really good news soon. Last year, we received $1 million in legislative funding for a design of a new Wellness Way public safety building with space for the sheriff, space for fire apparatus, and for multiple ambulances. And so we're working with Kathleen Dial and her staff with the property owner, and hopefully toward the end of summer that she can come back with some good news of a property donation and we can begin the planning phase of a new public safety building. Soon we'll have the implementation of a real-time response and resource distribution dispatch software. It's called DECN. It takes 24 months of the previous call data, and what it does, it provides us predictive models. It tells us, hey, at this location, at this time, you're probably going to have an ambulance call. So this is a tool that will help us position our resources in the best place to predict when a call will occur. Even better news, the 5th ambulance is anticipated to be added to the system May of this year. This will be the 25th full-time ambulance in service, and staff right now are going through the data to figure out where the best place it'll be in the north side of the county, somewhere between the Golden Triangle area and Leesburg, and they're determining where that place is now. And then the county's 2nd in-house paramedic program has 17 students enrolled and scheduled for graduation in June of 26, which is even better. Within a month, they'll take their state test, and then we'll get them assigned to field training officers and get them on the road to become cleared paramedics. And so then, as I wrap up, challenges moving forward, finding new locations to house ambulances to meet growth needs. And so this has been an issue for us for the last several years. We can co-locate in a municipal fire station or use of a municipal facility if we can find one. The other option is lease purchase of buildings appropriate for public safety use. Either way, we're trying to maximize tax dollars, and if we can find a way to work with a municipality or another governmental agency to use a building, that would be phenomenal. And then while we have good momentum now, being able to strategically add ambulances to meet service demands will always be there. paramedics are a commodity, and having folks that are willing to work on an ambulance and those in that environment and be successful is a challenging effort because everybody wants them. So as we move forward, we will continue on the path that we're on, and we're going to continue to meet the needs at the very best we can. And so that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions?
Question. So Tommy, I appreciate the presentation, and one thing I always like is that, you'll give me this is what we need to improve on, or this is what we're doing well. We've always been able to have that discussion. A lot of people don't think, maybe realize that because they can appear to be one-sided, but you're very real, and I appreciate that. And so a question, if you can go back to slide 7.
Certainly.
A question that is out there, it keeps coming out there, and I keep wanting to address it and make sure I'm understanding it, is this notion that ambulance service in the Claremont area is a moneymaker for us. I mean, so this is sort of proving that, right? It's not to go out, it costs this amount, and this is what we're actually collecting.
Correct.
Is it that simple? I just want to make sure I get it.
We're a public service. We're not a for-profit, so it's healthcare, and so we get what we can get. The tax revenue increased. It was in 2024 $2.386 million, and in 2025 it increased about $250,000. The medical billing is going to be hit or miss.
Yeah.
We could have a year that we collect really well. I think the collection rate, I don't want to misspeak, somewhere between 60 and 70%, but we're not always going to get what we collected for that year. And so I think I know Claremont wanted to add ambulances, and so in Commissioner Campione's letter, we looked at that. Just the 6 ambulances they wanted to add with 45 staff for them in their staffing pattern, from the information that Chief Ezell presented, was $5.2 million alone, just to add the staff to those ambulances. Didn't buy the first gallon of fuel, medical supplies, account for medical direction, dispatching, any of that.
Or the ambulance itself even? Or the ambulance itself?
It was the personnel.
It was just the personnel.
I mean, so that's, when we
It's
talk
just
about
the personnel.
These conversations are important because everybody, I know Claremont does and all the cities do, they want the best service possible. We do, but there's compartmentalizing and working in silos that adds a huge additional cost, the way I perceive it, to everybody that lives in Lake County as a taxpayer, when it doesn't have to necessarily be that way. You can get the best service if we work together on this. So
It did in the October 14th presentation. We referenced Fitch's report that they provided the county end of 2017, 2018. And in their report specifically, they talked about if Leesburg or Claremont did their own thing. And to sum up the report, it would cost more money because the county would then we would go around the city, and then we wouldn't have that as part of our response operation. And so in all fairness, I understand where Claremont's coming from. We want to provide this for our residents, but there's no one entity that can provide service by themselves. They're going to need help from the outside. And so I don't know what their time frame would be for this, but the economy of scale that we have and the way this operation works, we've improved response times, we've shown it, and they have access to all the ambulances in the county. And it only takes one bad call, and it could happen anywhere. So I have been open and honest. I've been with the county manager and each of you. If this presentation was happening 2 years ago, we may be having a different conversation.
Yeah.
And I've said that openly, but we have worked very hard to plan, working with the union on the current contract, with his in-house paramedic program, with recruitment, to be where we are now. And we still have a steady stream of paramedics that want to be here. And our students are doing well, and we anticipate a high graduation rate in the second class. So we have forward momentum, and we're moving forward.
And I appreciate, again, you being real on that, mentioning that discussion 2 years ago. One other question, if you can go to slide 8, the calls. This is maybe a general question for the system at large. Do cities, when they get a dispatch, do they have the ability to say, no, I'm not going to a call? I mean,
They have.
And I mean, do we have, how often does that happen?
Not frequently. It's an issue we've had that's occurred in the past. If the air supervisor on duty, battalion chief, lieutenant, whoever may be in charge of the shift for that municipality, don't want their resources responding. It is typically a mutual aid or part of the ISBA, usually a mutual aid, then they have the ability to say no response.
Okay, yeah, because I know, I mean, everybody goes to an echo call or a structure fire, or a big bad accident or something, but sometimes those non-echo calls can turn into something.
The lower acuity calls.
Turn into an echo call, and, you know, that would be my concern, is tracking that data. If there's, you know, maybe a city didn't want to respond. And-
We've had that
Okay.
issue, and leadership, our leadership and their leadership have worked together to resolve that. But we have, I believe we have tracked that.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you very much for the update. I certainly appreciate it. I know that you and your team have worked extremely hard on doing what you said you were going to do 3 years ago. You said this was going to happen, and plans were in place. It just takes time, right?
It does.
And it's actually, I think you're ahead of schedule, especially since you started the in-house paramedic program. And what people need to understand is our in-house paramedic program is one of a kind. It's nothing like it in the state or in the country. I don't believe there's an in-house program.
I know in the state, Director Kilberry gets calls weekly about how did you do this?
But that doesn't mean that the level of education is diminished. It just means it's amplified because we're sending our people 8 hours a day instead of the 2 to 3 hours at night. So I just want to make sure the citizens of Lake County understand that when they graduate from our program, they're highly trained. They have to pass the state test that every paramedic has to pass, and they have to do our field training office, do a internship, basically, with our FTOs. The question I have is, you know, Claremont is wanting their own ambulance service. Are they planning on housing those ambulance services outside their city?
I believe that they have plans to build to accommodate within their current stations.
Would you surmise that if we kept our current staffing level, and I know that we have 3 13-hour ambulances, and that's only because we can't house them to sleep anywhere. They got to sleep somewhere, right? Would you surmise that if the city of Claremont were to house those ambulances within the city, those times would come down at the nighttime?
I would surmise that if we had the ability to station our ambulances within the city 24 hours a day, in the slide that I showed you with the response times, I think that we could achieve that daytime response time minimally at that level, if not better.
And the only reason why our daytime numbers are better is because we have partnered with other entities outside of the city of Claremont to help the citizens of Claremont and of Lake County within the city. And it's only because we do not have a place to house them 24 hours a day. Inside the city is the reason why they're not in the city.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, so I would just like to say I think we have a great program. I think that we work well together. I believe that if the city of Claremont would allow our ambulances within their city, you'd see these times drop even more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes with, really, I mean, without saying, you can just look at the daytime numbers, and it speaks for itself. The one thing that I feel keeps getting lost in the discussion that I've listened to at the city level is if you have multiple calls or you have a huge emergency that requires resources more than a typical call, and you have 6 ambulances and that's all you've got, and that's assuming that you've got the staffing and everybody's healthy and you're not having to, you know, then that's all you've got. You don't have the other 25, 26 ambulances, you know, or 20 that are in the overall system, because that's not your system anymore.
Correct.
And I feel like that's the part that's really not being, spoken about, and that hurts residents that reside inside the city of Claremont, should they go and have a separate system. And I think you can't emphasize that enough, because it's the depth of the resources that benefits the entire county when you need them, when you have that multiple car accident, or what about when you're making, you're transporting to trauma centers outside of your jurisdiction, and now they're out of commission. What do you do then? Now you're down to, maybe 3 ambulances. But again, at the end of the day, the whole point is to have the best service possible, at the most reasonable cost. And I don't think people want to pay more taxes for this. I don't think that that's what's being suggested to people in Claremont, and yet I don't see how you get the depth of resources you would need and all of the other things that have to be paid for to run a single, city service without a significant increase in the cost of it, which means that would be passed on to the residents, which means that they would have to charge more.
Because it goes beyond what's in a reserve right now. I mean, once you do that, it's forever, or it's a very long term, so it might look good with reserves, but.
Right, you could just spend down your reserves to make it happen, and then once you've spent that down, now how are you paying for it? You're going to have to tax people for it. And I don't think people in the county or inside the city limits want to be taxed more. So the key is work with the system that you've got and improve the system to the extent that you can. And we've been doing that, and the new training program is helping a lot. The new shift arrangement is helping tremendously, and we're getting there and we're getting it done. And I love the items that you put up as far as what's next, what are we going to do next. I definitely, I'm glad to see that you're looking at the hub in the Eustis area, and I'm glad to hear that we've got another ambulance coming online that will be in that area, in the Golden Triangle over between there and Leesburg, and you've got to figure out, where your call volume is and when it's happening, and this software looks like a great way to make your resources go as far as they can, because you know where to put them. So, all of this is positive and a great update, and really glad to hear about it. And I just hope that if any people in Claremont have questions about it, any residents have questions about it, please contact us, and we are an open book. We can show you all of this information, and I think that everybody's doing a great job getting the level of service where it needs to be.
Thank you. Fire leadership has done an awesome job, and they pay attention 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So there's no complacency, there's not any opposition. We are a team, and we want to work that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I do want to say that was an awesome slideshow and an enormous amount of research. That was just great. Good product. I couldn't believe how much time it must have taken. It looks like condensed, doesn't look like that much work, but 250 calls here and there and having to go through and scrub each one. Thank you for that. So, very good.
Yes, and I really appreciate the effort that was put on the paper that was held up at our meeting about the calls that were over 20 minutes or whatever, to actually dive down into those and see what kind of calls they were. There are other things too that go in when you look at a call and you see the dispatch, and you actually see, sometimes someone will get on site and they're actually there before it registers that they're there. So, there's another deep dive I think that you guys have looked at as well.
We do. The numbers we present are what we call unverified. That means if any municipality wants to run the same numbers, they'll get the same results we do. And then what we don't present is then we go back and look when they arrived on scene. Did someone forget to hit the button that says on scene, or was human error involved that we were there actually quicker than we were, and so, or how did that work? So we vet and we look at everything, and that data concerned me, because if we've messed up or we've not done our job, then I'll be the first one to tell you.
Right.
We'll admit it.
And that's what we appreciate. We appreciate the fact that you're so candid, and that it, like Commissioner Parks said, it's very objective, and whether it's good or bad, we're going to get the information. All right. Thank you very much. All right, moving along then to that certificate of public convenience and necessity.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. John Simpson, Deputy Chief with the Office of Fire Rescue. I appreciate you giving me some time this morning. I want to provide you some information to talk about renewing the Lake County Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. This will be end in a public hearing with the board. So as we've talked about before, I'll give you some brief background. We'll talk about our current need. I'll summarize, and then I'll provide the requested action, and then I'll yield to the board for the public hearing. So as we talked about before, Florida is a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity state, or COPCN state. It is in statute that sole authority rests with the Board of County Commissioners in each county of Florida to issue a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. The COPCN is a requirement to provide service in the state of Florida as an ambulance provider at the BLS or ALS level, or to provide advanced life support service of any kind requires a COPCN. Lake County Code, Section 1119, provides the process for the COPCN application and renewal, and it requires the advertising of a public hearing and then the holding of a public hearing. Currently, Lake County Commission holds the only ALS or Advanced Life Support COPCN in the county. It is the only unrestricted COPCN. This allows us to provide ALS and BLS first response as well as transportation services. Also, our municipal partners are all licensed under our COPCN and our Advanced Life Support license. So the current COPCN expires June 18th of 2026, and our current Advanced Life Support license expires July 22nd of 2026. The renewal of the COPCN is required for us to renew our Advanced Life Support license. As I just mentioned on the prior slide, not only do we function under that COPCN and ALS license, but all municipal fire services function under the same. So in the absence of that COPCN and ALS license, we would not be able to provide any form of advanced life support or transportation services within the county. And so we will need that to renew. So the requested action is to renew the Lake County Board of County Commissioners Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. And with that, I will yield the floor to the board for the public hearing.
Anyone online? Anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this topic? All right, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Commissioners. I appreciate it.
All right. Moving along then to the next item, which is tab 27.
So this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, providing for the levy of an additional 1 mil school district ad valorem millage tax in Lake County for school operational purposes for a period not to exceed 4 years, providing for approval of the levy by voters in a referendum, providing that the imposition shall be effective beginning July 1st, 2027, and ending 4 years thereafter pursuant to Section 1011.71 subsection 9 Florida statutes, providing for the referendum to be held on November 3rd, 2026, providing ballot language, providing for notice of the election, providing for notification to the State of Florida Department of Revenue, providing a conflict clause, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you approve this today, this will become ordinance 2026-17. And just to clarify for purposes of the record, this is a ministerial function of the Board of County Commissioners. The school board adopted a resolution, and under Florida state law, they have the ability to direct the Board of County Commissioners to place this on the ballot, and this is the means by which we do so.
I'll just say this one thing. I'm opposed to the underlying ordinance and what the school board wants to do. I was opposed to it when they first pushed it 8 years ago. And I understand that the current legal interpretation of the statute, which has been litigated once on appeal, twice at the trial level, is that it's purely ministerial, and the county commission is mandated to do it. I think that there's a good faith legal basis for sustaining a challenge against that interpretation, pushing it up to appeal, and having a different DCA, different Court of Appeal look at it, because I think it's peculiar language that the legislature used when it created this subsection. Therefore, I understand that we're under the hand of the appellate court, but we can challenge that by voting no, allowing the school board, if they wish, because I don't want to assist them in doing this at all, but
If they wish, sue us, go to appellate court, we'll let another DCA have an opinion. It's not privileged to do that because there's an exception for reinterpreting law as long as there's a good faith legal argument. I think the peculiar language used by the legislature in writing the statute, which is it's what caused Hillsborough County to do the first challenge because even they were perplexed by it. So I'll be voting no. I totally respect our county attorney's opinion on it. I think, obviously, right now, under the law that applies currently, we're likely mandated. But I'm not willing to assist in any form, even a minor form, in assisting in getting it on the ballot when I know that we could, in fact, create a legal situation that would allow the law to be interpreted. So I'll be voting no.
So, again, I'll go back to, I'll rely on the county attorney's opinion on this issue and my own interpretation of the statute. But I also think that just like in any election that involves taking a question to the voters, that's what the statute's about. The statute is about taking a referendum to the voters, let the voters decide. That's on the school district and anybody that's involved in this issue to make that case. Is it warranted? Should the millage be increased? Should it be extended? That's for the voters to decide based on when they've gotten the information. So, yeah, it would be really irregular to actually vote against something that statute says we're supposed to do to facilitate a decision or an issue being put forth to the.
Well, Hillsborough did it.
Yeah, and then I think if you go that route, you literally would have to have like full-blown hearings on the pros and the cons and actually litigate in public this question of whether it's something that needs to be done or not, as opposed to let the school district do that. That's their purview, as opposed to our purview. You know, they are the body that's elected to oversee the school district, and we're not the body elected to oversee the school district.
The problem is the supermajority of the voters aren't going to know about it until they pick up their ballot. They're just not. I mean, even the early ballot they're going to see it. They're not going to quite understand it because it's written in this dense legal language that quite literally is just confusing to the average voter. So I would rather vote no, let them sue us, which we don't even know if they're going to sue. We don't even know if they're going to sue. Let them sue us, and then let it play out in the public eye, draws more attention to it. I think more people in the public will look at it, agree with us in doing what we could to try to stop what I think is an unjust tax increase, and then it results in what it results in. I respect your position, too. It's not, black and white thing.
It's
I
so
like to
far from
explore.
black and white. I mean, it's just so far from black and white.
Sure.
And I don't know, I just want to point out that this is the year that, and I know that there were some changes to state law and how they, did how they do their grading and all of that stuff. But this was the first year I think we've had an A-rated school system, right? I mean, our school district, people elect those officials, they appoint the superintendent, they run, that whole system. We don't. I'm appreciative of the good work that they've done when it comes to, the accolades and the schools that are performing so well and the ones that they're trying to get where they need to be. I appreciate all that. And what I don't want to do as an elected official on the county commission is actually be in a fight with our school district.
I don't consider it a fight.
You don't think they would consider it a fight?
I don't know. I've not heard from them. All I've heard from them is a request to put language on a ballot. So that's all I've heard from them thus far. That's why, one of many reasons why I feel very comfortable voting no on this.
All right, so my question, sitting between two attorneys arguing, not respectfully, of course, is, so am I missing something? I mean, this is still going to be on, I like what I'm interested in what you're saying, Commissioner Sabatini, about the process, like why are we the ones to decide whether it goes on the ballot? So I understand that question, but it's still going to be on the ballot, though, right? I mean, if the law was different, they
If
could.
you don't approve it today, it would not go on the ballot.
No, I know it would not, but I mean, if the law were different, and it was in the school district's purview, they would probably put it on the ballot, right?
Correct, if the statute didn't tell them to direct us to do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe
peculiar language.
maybe fighting to change the process is the way to go on that, but the
Yeah, so just,
Could you go?
yeah.
Just to read the statutory language, it says the district school board pursuant to resolution adopted at a regular meeting shall direct the county commissioners to call an election at which the electors within the school district may approve an ad valorem tax millage as authorized in Section 9, Article 7 of the state constitution.
We would be the third county to challenge it. Indian River, then Hillsborough.
And who won?
One, nothing's gotten to the Florida Supreme Court, but the trial, they did not appeal in Indian River, which I think is the 6th DCA probably now with all the reconfiguration. Hillsborough appealed, 2nd DCA. DCA went with the school board. So technically that bounds all the other appellate districts, but if you sue, lose a trial court, and then immediately appeal all under the good faith basis of 57105, we can then ask a new appellate court to make its own fresh decision on the statute here in the 5th district, if we want to, and with no penalty. And I feel happy to do that, because again, this very peculiar language, shall direct, okay, thank you for directing me. Doesn't mean you have the authority over me, doesn't mean you can tell me I have to do it. I think
But
under a
if the
textualist-
legislature wanted us to have the authority, they would have said after that phrase, at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners.
Good.
Which then takes away the right, I mean, the right is being given to the voters to decide,
You're making
do
a
you?
great argument, because that is another candidate of judicial interpretation, that we are depriving the 5th DCA from exercising by not voting no and then prompting a lawsuit. So we should probably vote no, let it go to a lawsuit, and then they can have the option of applying that judicial candidate in the interpretation of the statute. If we don't, then we're ridding the 5th DCA of that opportunity. I just don't feel comfortable doing that.
That is a really long stretch, Commissioner Sabatini. We're ridding the 5th Judicial Circuit of
I'm being
having the opportunity to go against what the school district approved in a meeting, a school district of duly elected officials.
The taxpayers and the residents are gonna have the ability to vote yes or no. So I don't see a problem with it.
And it's a shall versus mandatory.
Right, they did choose to use the language shall in
Well,
the
well, no,
statute.
they use the word shall, but think about how they use it. They didn't say the Lake County the commission, county commission of a county shall do this. It said the school board shall direct. So it said the school board shall request, in my opinion, us to do it. So again, it's very unusual language. And I'm a textualist. I think it's too peculiar.
I don't think that is not a textualist position. That is, we have ministerial functions, and then we have legislative functions, and then we have quasi-judicial functions. And this falls into the category of a ministerial function. That is that we're actually being told by the body that adopted the decision to then adopt an ordinance for it to go to the supervisor elections. He doesn't get to then say, I don't really like this idea. I don't really think we need this. He then has to perform a ministerial function and put it on a ballot, and then the voters get the opportunity to make the decision. They are the voters. They are the people that would be taxed. And they can say no, and I do think it's kind of insulting to say that they can't read the language and know that it's actually a tax increase. Right? I mean, it says that it's a millage increase.
Tax increase, just the interest of the average voter in going to the ballot. I mean, obviously with so many other things on these crowded ballots, that literally they just generally don't find themselves with enough time to study it because it hasn't been brought to their attention before they went to go vote.
Well, I agree with that.
Most
on
voters, not all
amendments.
voters.
I am, on amendments that get put on the ballot, it can be very confusing. This one is like a local issue, and it's a question of whether you're going to impose this upon
But even
yourself
like,
as a voter.
like even the term millage is so, I mean, they just see this and they're like, well, I don't quite understand what's going on here. And, I don't want to, yeah. So I just think that's just one other line of reasoning why voting no would be a good thing for the county and the people.
So I've got a different take on this whole thing, is we have a duly elected board requesting us to put something on the ballot, whether we agree with it or not. It's up to us it's up to me to let my position on to my friends and families on how I feel about it, but not as a elected official saying, no, we're not even going to put this on the ballot to let the citizens of Lake County decide whether they want it or they don't want it. Number two is the school board is a separate line item on our tax roll. So if the citizens of Lake County say, you know what, this school board is absolutely going haywire, they can do what they need to do during the election time to get it back in line. So, and I am really not in favor of every time we don't agree with something, the first thing we do is like, well, we'll just sue them. Well, that's not always the answer. So I'm okay with putting it on the ballot and letting the voters of Lake County let us know what they want to do.
I agree, Kirby. If we keep threatening to sue people, we're going to spend all the taxpayers' money in lawsuits.
Yeah, if the statute said that we had discretion, then that would be a completely different scenario. The statute does not say that we have discretion.
Right.
So I think it's a stretch to suggest that the legislature meant anything other than we just performed an act we were told to perform, which was to put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. And I think folks are smart enough to figure out whether they want to do it or not. And there'll be time for the school district to put information out, and people will hear about it, and then they will decide, do they want to do this or not? All right, I thought I opened it up. Anyone online? Anyone in the audience? Okay, all right. And I really,
Well, I'll make
No,
a motion that we do our administrative duty is to put this on the ballot.
Second.
you second that we do our administrative duty and put it on the ballot?
I do.
Okay.
I think it is not discretionary from everything that's, hearing the two legal arguments. Yes.
And,
I mean, I will say this, that if there's some clarification or wording of statute that, to your point, if there's some wording or clarification of statute that needs to be done, maybe we could pursue that after this, but, you know, I'm in support of it, obviously.
yeah, well, yeah, put it on your legislative priorities next year to get clarification from the legislature on whether that language, whether there should be another clause in that language.
Yes.
So that we can expand our role as a county commission to actually evaluate school district issues. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, moving on to tab 28. Jamie.
Hello and good morning, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. My name is Jamie Stewart. I'm the Director of the...
Could you bring the microphone down and speak up a little bit, please?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
My apologies. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie Stewart, Office of Management and Budget Director. The purpose of the presentation today is to hold a public hearing for the mid-year budget amendment. First, I will review the amendment process, then discuss the general fund reserves, provide a summary of changes to the fiscal year 2026 budget, and finally present the requested action. The purpose of the mid-year adjustment is to realign the budget midway through the fiscal year, providing early detection and correction of variances. The strategic process allows us to evaluate progress made during the first half of the year and implement any necessary revisions. Currently, the countywide budget, which includes previously approved unanticipated revenue resolutions, is $1.12 billion. The proposed changes today are $19.7 million, which brings the supplemental budget to $1.14 billion. The total mid-year adjustments for the general fund revenues are $2.3 million. That includes a reduction to the beginning fund balance of $1,200 and $2.3 in revenue projection adjustments from the FEMA grant reimbursements and the interest revenue earned in tax collector excess fees. Adjustments to the general fund for expenditures totals $2.3 million, which includes the sheriff's hiring of new deputies for the courthouse at $195,000, the tax collector's capital purchases and contractual services that represent $1.1 million, and the supervisor of elections renovations of $300,000. Next, the $757,000 for adjustments to the personnel services for public works and stormwater that moved into the general fund, and $701,000 for adjustments to the reserves to offset those personnel services. Lastly, the other miscellaneous adjustments in the amount of $575,000. There's one position requested for approval, and that is the Legislative Affairs Coordinator. The amount you see here is the total loaded cost for the position, which is $97,000. The adopted general fund operating reserves is currently at $28.7 million, which represents 11.1% of the operating budget. Upon approval of the mid-year adjustment, the total general fund operating reserves will be $39.3 million, which represents 14.3% of the operating budget. The long-range target for reserves is 16%, or 2 months of the regular operating expenses as recommended by the GFOA. The total adjustments to the other funds are approximately $17.5 million. They do consist of $9.2 million in grant reconciliation adjustments, the majority of which is from the federal and state grants. Approximately $7.4 in the beginning fund balance adjustments for revenues that exceeded the actual expenditures for projections in 2025. That includes a EMS fund adjustment, which was the largest, of $5.3 million. There's $310,000 for adjustments due to repairs of Wolf Branch Road, $210,000 for building projects funded through Lake County's Water Authority, and finally, $288,000 in other miscellaneous that are due to the transfers in and personnel service adjustments. Now I'm going to turn it back over to the chairman for the public hearing.
Okay, all right. This reconciliation, I'm just going to open.
What's the, this is a question, actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Oh, just, what's the specific changes to the tax collector's budget amendments? Just curious. I saw something about an infrastructure or actually contractual services. Do we know what that is?
I would have to get back with you on what exactly that is.
Don't mean to put you on the spot. I know it's
No, you're fine.
specific.
I believe some of it, and this is just working from memory, so don't hold me to it, but I believe there was some needed repairs to HVAC systems within a couple of his facilities. That's some of it. I would have to confirm, but if you give me a few minutes, I can look that up.
Sure. Thank you for doing that.
Are there any other specific questions about the reconciliation?
Not questions, but just a request that we continue to concentrate on getting our reserves back up over 16%.
Yes, sir.
So one of the issues that we're dealing with is that we have spent $14 million on Hurricane Milton alone, and since 2022, we spent $18 million on hurricanes. To date, we've only received, since 2022, about $3 million back from FEMA. And currently, I think with the government shutdown of DHS, I think it's, they're not, I think they're working, but it's moving slower in the process. So our anticipation is once we start getting those FEMA reimbursements for hurricane cost, we'll start building that reserve up to where it was a year ago. We were at about 18%.
Again, we need to concentrate on getting our reserves up above 16%.
Yes, sir, that is our focus as well.
Yeah, that would happen pretty quickly if we got the money back from FEMA.
But we can still work on it.
Oh, no, I'm all there with you. So Jennifer, you're still looking to see if you can find out what capital work was done?
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing, see if we have anyone online, anyone in the public. Okay.
Okay, so for the,
Time-wise, I mean, I'm fine, because I just had a question about what the contractual services were that we're being asked to record and consider and adjust for. I'm happy just going to the next item, and then when she can pull that up here in the next couple of minutes, just shifting back, whatever you guys want to do.
Well, we have the adoption of the resolution for the supplemental budget, so you kind of need the reconciliation. But you can do the presentation, all right?
okay, so for the record, the requested action is for approval of the amended budget of 2026 to include a reconciliation of the beginning fund balance and other adjustments, and for approval of the resolution adopting the supplemental budget of $1,139,322,659.
Right. Another possibility would be for the information to be provided after the meeting to Commissioner Sabatini with copy to everybody else, so we know what those expenditures were for.
All right, if that's the case, I'll make a motion to approve the requested action.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much for the presentation. And moving now to regular agenda, Commissioner Smith, this is regarding the Wolf Branch District logo.
Yeah, if you remember, we had a logo that was presented to us before, and then the logo that we have in front of us. My request is only that we be allowed, one, to approve this logo, to send to Mount Dora for their thoughts and approval of the logo for the Wolf Branch Innovation District.
So I think at the last meeting, we had the revised logo came back, the one that they had initially approved, but then we tweaked it. So,
That one?
yes, where we added the moss and we created more symmetry. So you're wanting to send them yours in addition?
To see if they like it over this one. I just, this here doesn't make any, this doesn't make sense to me of why this would represent an innovation district. It would represent a heritage district for sure. But, you know, I'm just thought something a little different.
It could be, you know, a little more typical, like I might go to North Florida and see a logo like that somewhere, and, right? Also what you're saying, something that stands out a little bit more. Yeah, can you put the other one back on?
Well, first of all, there aren't any lakes and cypress trees in the Wolf Branch Innovation District.
No, but this is Lake County, that's what LC stands for.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, if we send it, I want to be clear that I'm in favor of the one that we worked on in collaboration with the city of Mount Dora.
Okay.
I really don't want to confuse the issue.
So I'm sorry, your question is to see if they like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
As opposed to the one
As
that they
opposed to the other
already
one.
approved.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm supportive of that.
I just don't want the problem is, they're going to get it, and they're going to say, did the Board of County Commissioners approve this? So do we need to take a vote on it? Or, that's the issue.
We can send a letter with it and just say, look, here's another option for you to look at. Which one do y'all like better?
But before we do that, I think we need to decide, do we, as a board, are we in favor of this being one of the options? And not to create, you know, strife among county commissioners, but it's like, the way this all started was staff, our staff worked with their staff, and they came up with some designs. Then they took the design to the city of Mount Dora blessed it, they brought that design back. We looked at it and said, nah, we'd like to tweak that design a little bit, so we tweaked it, sent it back, and that's kind of where we landed on, that was the design. Now, to send them something new,
I tweaked it.
well, but it's, so I mean, it really needs to say that unless we vote on it, then it needs to say Commissioner Smith would like you to consider this.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Board of County Commissioners would like you to consider.
That is A-OK with me. I think that they just need to have an option to look at it.
I think that's fine. Can you go back to the one?
I like the original one, yeah.
So it's the oak, live oak with wolf branch in that font. I mean,
That's the one I like. I mean,
Right, you like the background and all that stuff, but
But the lettering, the font that goes with Wolf Branch, that apparently, that a lot of thought went into exactly how that font, there you go, all together.
I love the font, but the oak tree, I will say, could be kind of standard.
I like
But
that tree. Wait, this is not the original tree, the kind of
The first-
oriental-looking tree that was.
Yes, the first one looked like a bonsai.
Yes. No, I like this one. This is I'm fine with this as the final product. I mean, I like Kirby's too. It's good. It's actually quite good, but I just like this one more. Simple.
Commissioner Morris, do you want to weigh in? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you. I really like Kirby's idea. Quite frankly, I'd send it to them and see what they think of it.
All right, is everybody in agreement, though, that, I mean, I feel like we need to let them know that it's a commissioner initiated idea.
I am
and that
okay
we'd
with
like
that.
them to take a look.
Making a final approval. We want to see what they say about it.
right,
Okay.
we just want to throw another option out there.
Because I otherwise would stick with the process that we went through to get to this, and I don't want there to be confusion that we're actually saying that we want a different one. We just want to know what they think and whether they want to change direction.
Right.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we've got a consensus to do that.
Well, I hope this one here isn't as hard as my next one isn't as hard as that last one.
Tab 30, this is a thank you letter to.
Yes, I'd like to send a thank you letter to the city of Tavares for them putting up our 250 flags down their Main Street. Is the county commission okay with that? And if you would like, I would like for each of you to sign the letter.
I think it's a great idea. I really I'll publicly thank Tavares as well for embracing 250, and I hope all the other cities are, and I think some of them are doing it as
I
well.
was going to ask each commissioner if you could go to respective cities and see if they would like to do this as well, then we would provide them with the flags.
Yes, great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need a motion? Do you want a motion?
I don't think do we need a motion to send the letter on with all 5 signatures?
It is on for approval.
Okay,
I make a motion that we send a letter of thank you for partnering with the county for the 250 flags in the city of Tavares downtown, signed by all the commissioners.
Second.
all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 4-0.
Commissioner, did you want to update on the tax collectors increases?
Sure, let's go ahead.
Okay, so we did pull that up. He had 2 separate amendments. The first one, a majority of the costs were associated with facility repairs. There was 2 instances of a vehicle crashing through one of his facilities. So a majority of the First Amendment was for facility repairs, and then the Second Amendment was associated with HVAC repairs, and then he had several people separate from their employment, and so he had to pay out like vacation time and things of that nature. So a majority of that was related to that and the HVAC repairs. So I hope that helps.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, then moving to tab 31. This is one that I put on the agenda for discussion quite a while ago. Mr. Carlins had come to see me and had asked about the county adopting an ordinance that would be the same as one that was adopted by Collier County, that was adopted, I believe, back in 2023. And it was called a Bill of Rights Sanctuary County Ordinance. And so I think that, and I'm assuming he's probably had similar discussions with everyone. I know I talked to the county attorney about it quite a bit. I've talked to Mr. Carlins about it quite a bit. I've done a lot of research, and I understood some of the concerns that were raised by the county attorney, and I tried to come back with a proposed ordinance that I thought would be something that might be a compromise, although, I'm open to this complete discussion and any other ideas that other county commissioners have. My focus was on the idea that we often forget about what the Bill of Rights actually says and what it establishes and the rights that we have as individuals, and that sometimes we get requirements that come out of the federal government that actually tell us to do things that we may believe are not consistent with the Bill of Rights. And therefore, we should be able to say, hey, in Lake County, if we get something like that and we're told to do something, we're going to say we're a sanctuary county and we do not enforce or implement things that are contrary to our citizens' Bill of Rights. And that's kind of the whole idea in a nutshell. But the question then becomes, do you actually create a cause of action where someone could actually sue the county, or the county would then have to, take a particular action? And so and I know Mr. Carlins is here today, and it's fine if you did want to weigh in, or Bill is with you, and he's an expert, subject matter expert in this, whether he would want to weigh in. But I just wanted to have a discussion before I brought it forward to ask for advertising so that I could see where the board is at and whether you would want to go with more of a Collier County model or whether you would want to go with a version like the one I put together that's in the packet that references the Bill of Rights, and it basically says that should the county want to seek a determination on something that they believe is an unlawful act as a result of it violating the Bill of Rights or the Constitution, that we could take that action as a Board of County Commissioners, or if residents in Lake County wanted to petition the Board of County Commissioners, it would take 50 residents, and they would have to have evidence of actually living in Lake County through a homestead exemption, and that we could then decide whether to take action and seek a decision by the court as to whether something was a violation of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. So
I think it's good. I mean, I'm happy to hear public comment, but I mean, this is good. Obviously, I moved to advertise, but do I want something stronger? Sure, that's fine too, but let's hear what these guys have to say. I mean, this is strongly worded, but yeah, did we want to do public comment?
I think it's fine if somebody wants to weigh in, if everybody's okay with that. Otherwise, it would be the next round if we actually brought it up for an actual advertising. It would be.
Yeah, I make a motion to advertise.
Okay, now that's a motion to advertise the ordinance that's in the packet as
As
opposed
written.
to the Collier County ordinance.
Second. I like this one.
And the one, it has some of what you just said in it, right?
Yeah,
It has what you said.
yes.
Collier's ordinance written in a way that we believe creates a private cause of action of citizens of the county against its own county government, which I'm actually okay with, but.
Well, of course you would be okay with that.
But is that how that one's written? Because it's been a while.
Yes,
When
Melanie
when they wrote that, it was very popular, but it's been a few years since.
Well, and I think that it stemmed from, it was coming off of COVID and the mask mandates, and employers were being mandated to do the mask, and, it was a pushback to say, hey, in this county, you can't get away with that. And I am 100% behind that concept. What I don't want to do is have a scenario where we're just doing, our folks are doing their jobs, and then somebody says, well, you're violating my, constitutional rights, and then we end up like every code enforcement case becomes a challenge of constitutional rights. I mean, I really think this was directed at executive orders that were being implemented in relation to COVID, okay? And then we also have administrative things that come out of Congress where they put a law in place, and then there's an administrative rule, and a lot of us believe that those rules shouldn't be enforceable because they don't really track what the enabling legislation said. So to me, those are those two areas where we got to be able to push back and say, no, we're not gonna enforce something that is against the Constitution. But does it have to be the Collier County version to do that versus the one that I drafted?
Let's advertise this and then have the debate once we have public comment. at
Okay.
the next meeting.
All right, so they could.
I would like to hear, before we do this, I'd like to hear from Mr. Carlins on how this is going to help 425,000 residents of Lake County.
I thought we're at 450. We're not at 460,000 people?
We're at 435.
That was yesterday, no?
We're at 35.
We always hear these different numbers, but the BEBR, the Bureau of Economic Business Research, don't they put us at,
I thought it was 445.
I'm pretty sure it's past 450 now.
I just know it's a lot.
Yeah.
Not to get off track.
Would you want to come to the podium and talk about it? Would Bill, I think Bill might want to.
Oh, we got a
Bill,
motion and a second on the floor right now.
We do, but I mean, we certainly can hear the thoughts behind it. I don't think we have to take the vote.
And while we're waiting for Mr. Carlin to come to the podium, Lake's 2026 projected population is 445,881.
That was 1 year ago,
Thank you.
last month. So that was April 1st, 2025. So right now, it's where do you think we've grown in 1 year since 445,000 people? I think obviously we're at probably 452,000.
They say it's like 12,500 has been averaging a year.
So we're really at like 457. Sorry, Tim, I just had to correct the record.
Okay, all right. And we'll just try to do our usual short 3-minute rule if we can.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But, well, I just wanted to clarify with, my ears aren't picking up everything, my ears are bad. But what you were saying with the Collier County, the 2023 ordinance that they had, and then you were referencing the alternative that you put forth, and you were describing that you need to have 50 residents or something to come to you to petition a grievance for that? Is that basically?
That's how it's written.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that the county commission itself couldn't decide to go forward. So let's just say you came to us and you said, hey, there's this law, we think this is a violation of our constitutional rights. We could put it on the agenda if we so chose to then pursue it with a court of law.
Well, I am in favor of, what gives the citizen the most, power when he, not the citizen the most power, but the sheriff most power to interpose to protect the citizenry, to defend their bill of rights. That's basically the essence of it. As far as, it's to protect our God-granted rights of the people of Lake County inscribed in the United States Constitution and provide a means of, and this is where it's so important, to provide a means of criminal and civil consequence for the violation of these rights within our county's jurisdiction. And that, that is what I'd like to maintain, with that. And if my subject expert would have any further input that he would like to do, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me specifically?
No, I would ask that Bill come up and, yes, he's been involved, and he was involved in the Collier County ordinance and has been in different counties talking about this, and he knows a lot about it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Right here, I've got a comparison of the Lake County ordinance to the one that you had written, to something that would be a sort of an updated, that would be sort of something that was a hybrid between the Lake County and the Collier. So I'd like to submit this to whoever I need to give that to, so you make copies of that, so if people want that for reference. Primarily, the main reason why the Collier County, or that type of ordinance, or what I call the enhanced Collier County, because Collier County ordinance does leave some things that are needing to be defined a little bit better, and so I have an enhanced version, but it doesn't water it down in any way. In fact, it makes it a stronger ordinance, and it includes a lot of processes in it. The reason why this is a really important piece to have in place is because what do you do I'll give you, for instance, up in Washington, the state of Washington just recently passed a law that was unconstitutional on the face of it by the state constitution as well as the federal constitution. But it passed. So a lot of the counties and folks up there are going, what do we do about this? How do we deal with the fact that we have a law now that is clearly unconstitutional, but they're going to try and impose this? Well, by having an ordinance in there that states, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to be a constitutional county here, they can say, you know what, in this particular county, we're not going to enforce this law because we're challenging that law constitutionally. And that we have a mechanism in place by which we can determine that that is something that is unconstitutional at a lower level, and then be able to challenge that at that point, and having the state be obligated to say, oh, well, okay, how are we going to deal with that? Because this county is now saying that they're challenging this law on a constitutional basis, which is essentially what a county would do eventually if they were going to do something, or you could get a group like, for instance, in this particular case in Washington, it involves the sheriffs being an appointed position rather than a elected position, which the entire Sheriff's Association filed suit in that particular case. But it gives an opportunity for a county to say, okay, well, this clearly is in violation of the Constitution. We'd like to join those sheriffs in this because we would say that this is going to be an unconstitutional act, that we want to support these folks in making sure that this does not see the light of day and is never enforced.
Wouldn't you, though, just have a court remedy in that case to be able to challenge it? And why would you need something locally that says you have the right to challenge it if you always do, in fact, have the ability to challenge things that are contrary to the Constitution?
What it gives you is something that's immediately in place that gives jurisdiction to local authorities. I'll give you an example. In Arizona, there was a situation where the city manager and the mayor had clearly violated Title 18, 241, and 242, which is basically to say that they had tried to, under the color of authority, deny people their constitutional rights. Well, they couldn't find a venue to say, okay, well, this was actually a violation of people's constitutional rights that had violated their first, their fourth, fifth, and sometimes looking at the Ninth Amendment and 14th Amendment types of issues. And so since there was nothing in place to deal with that, there was no ability to hold folks accountable at a local level for having done so. So at that point, again, like you could say, like what I had a county attorney tell me at one point, he said, well, if you think we've done something unconstitutional, sue us. Well, that's lovely if you've got the ability to go through the lawfare and all the things that go on into holding somebody accountable at that level. Whereas if you've already determined a process of determination at a county level, at a county jurisdiction, to say, you know what, this is a unconstitutional act that you've done here, and it needs to be addressed. And if you read the enhanced version of what we do, we also talk about a three-tier process of going through and being able to address issues like that. Because, for instance, at the first level, it's kind of like saying, okay, excuse me, this was an unconstitutional act that took place here, and if you've not responded, if you haven't been able to come back and say why you believe that to be constitutional, then at this point, then you're held accountable for that. And the lower level issue is one, well, you're going to go to a constitutional compliance course. Well, when you go to a higher level, like if you go to if you have 3 infractions on the same type of issue, at that point they say, okay, well, you haven't learned from the class defined. At this point, they're going to do the full extent of what can be done in terms of
Well,
legally.
I think, not to cut you off, I think that this has been a fruitful initial conversation. Let's advertise it and then have the debate once we have the full public.
So we could provide to everybody in preparation for the next agenda item, the hybrid version that you put forward.
Yeah.
The one that I worked on, and then the Collier County one, and then everybody has a chance to do their own research and ask questions, and then we can have this as an open meeting.
Enhanced version as well that has all the various mechanisms that are involved with it that explain, okay, how do you go about actually implementing this?
Okay. All right. So we will plan, when do we, what's our next meeting? Let's see, is it the 5th?
Next week.
Next Tuesday?
That's zoning.
Yeah, I don't have time to advertise it for next Tuesday.
Right.
We have a 10-day advertising time, so it'll probably be the second meeting of May.
The 19th of May. Okay, all right, so we will look forward to the 19th of May, and we'll have a discussion and everybody has time to sink their teeth into this.
And will we have the companion ordinance that we're going to take out of the county?
Yeah, we got to find one. When we
gotta
adopt
find
an
one that
ordinance,
we
we
gotta
have a policy.
remove.
We remove an ordinance or remove something that,
I agree.
so we'll hopefully find that between now and then. Okay.
Something about like drinking on Sundays or something.
Is it about spitting on sidewalks? Do we
Spitting
have
on
that?
sidewalks, no shooting squirrels, something like that. You could probably find somewhere.
Do we need to change the motion, Ms. Marsh?
Yes, we
The
have.
motion should be,
Commissioners
should just be approval to
Sabatini
advertise
motion.
in its current form, right?
Yeah.
Approval to advertise
Yes.
current form.
Okay, so we're good. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that passes 4-0. Okay, thank you for your time, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Maria.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Maria Abdul Karim, for the record, Director of Housing and Community Services. On today's agenda, we have a request from representatives from Atlantic Housing Partners, Mr. Craig Thomas and Mr. Scott Culp, here to present today a presentation related to the affordable housing project that they're working on for approval. They're here for approval for a letter of support and a local contribution in the amount of $460,000 to support the proposed 92-unit affordable housing development in Fruitland Park. This request is contingent upon the project receiving low-income housing tax credits and represents an opportunity to bring affordable housing units to our community. Mr. Thomas?
Good afternoon. Thank you guys, everyone, for taking the time. We'd like to walk you through a little bit about Waterview at Lake Geneva and our request for a letter of support and local contribution. Really quickly, we'll talk about who we are, share some information about the project, design and community that we're looking to build, and talk a bit about the community engagement and the resources for residents that we have across Central Florida and in Lake County specifically. We are Atlantic Housing Partners. We live here, we work here, we invest here. We've built over 150 communities across Central Florida and over 35,000 units. We are not, private equity investment. We are, local grassroots built from the start here in Central Florida. We currently have built, own, and manage 10,000 or a little over 10,000 units, and had recently completed some work in Lake County where we received your contribution for Lake Saunders Lakefront Living. Quick snapshot about the kind of life cycle of the project here and the sort of life cycle of the community. At the principals of Atlantic Housing Partners own and manage the project and the development and the land from start to finish. We clarified some of this through our application, but we wanted to just share that we sort of control the life cycle and the, from beginning to end. Our experience in Lake County, we have 10 current developments and communities in Lake County. 7 of those have received some form of county contribution or letter of support. In 2024, we requested and received your support for Saunders Lakefront Living. Your support does mean a lot to us. It's not something we take for granted, and it's something that allows us to go and seek Florida housing tax credits to build out and complete the project. We took Saunders Lakefront Living from approval in April of 2024 to permit ready in August of 2025 to construction and CO in November 2025, and that affordable phase is fully occupied today, and we're in the process of occupying some remaining units there. The project itself and the development itself is 92 units consisting of 36 villas and 56 apartments. It'll be 100% affordable, and we'll break down some of those metrics and unit mix here in a minute. It's 100% funded without third-party financing. We're not waiting on funding. We're not waiting on, rates to get lower. We've invested the money in developing the upfront. We've got the project near permit ready. The construction documents are complete, and we're looking for your support as we approach the application process for a permit-ready application. In terms of affordability, of the 92 units, 14 of those units, about 15%, will serve the lowest level at 30% AMI. 57 of those units will be at the low level of 60%, and 21 of the units will cover the 80% AMI. These are based on, we'll go into the rents in a second. These are based on the projected 2026 HUD incomes. In terms of the rents, we have a snapshot here. We can, there's a lot of numbers on the page, and we're happy to walk you through if you have any questions. But we based the net rents are, based on the 2026, like I said, projected HUD incomes. We are agreeing to a 50-year compliance period, which is well beyond the minimum of 15, but we really want to provide a long-term affordability period for Lake County residents. In terms of design and community, when we build our developments and communities across Central Florida and in Lake County, we don't distinguish between affordable and market rate in terms of the quality of the build. In some cases, we have affordable and market rate, identical units within a property. We'd like to walk you through some of the design here and just share with you what we're looking to build. The project itself is on Spring Lake Road, just west of 441. It's overlooking Lake Geneva. We have a series of lakefront apartments just on the north side of the property. We'll go back to the site plan in a minute. But these are more of your typical, it's a two-story building, but more of your typical multifamily apartments. This is a concept in plan, but it's a project that we built. It's very similar to what we built in Mount Dora at Saunders Lakefront Living. They're 2-bedroom, 1-bath units, all with lake views, sort of stacked across the lake. These are examples of what we're going to be building with your support. But we kind of go through with granite countertops and nice finishes and LVT flooring, and it's not something that we, pull back on from an affordability standpoint. The other portion of the units will be garden villas. We have 1- and 2-bedroom garden villas that sort of set back across the lake to offer sort of a diverse type of portfolio and living quarters. They have, like I said, 1- and 2 bedrooms. This is depicting the 2-bedroom, 2-bath villa. Each of those sit around sort of a garden and community area throughout the site. In terms of amenities, we have a large club space and outdoor amenities overlooking the lake and a walk around the pond there that gets you out by the lake. We put pool tables and kitchens and communal spaces, and we really look to maximize outdoor amenities for the residents. In terms of community engagement, right now in 2026, we're scheduled to host 1,352 events for our residents across Central Florida. 151 of those are scheduled in Lake County. Some of the services are job training. Some of them are about self-sufficiency. Some of them in our affordable communities are about educating the residents on financial literacy or educating the residents on how to obtain services and social services. In addition to just what we do in the communities themselves, at the end of last year, we hosted a job fair for local residents beyond just our residents, but just local residents in Lake County. From a local employment standpoint, we're going to be bidding out to over 25 different trades, multiple subcontractors for each trade, with the opportunity for local residents to be employed in the construction of the development. And we support and hire an on-site management staff who lives and works on site on every one of our properties. That is Waterview at Lake Geneva in a nutshell, and we're open to questions.
All right, as far as questions, let me just check with Commissioner Morris. I know he sits on our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and he also is the commissioner from Fruitland Park, or that serves that district. Commissioner Morris, you have any questions or comments?
I've looked through the proposal. It looks good. The only thing I will say is we did have one developer come in and they said they were going to have affordable housing and they were going to do it as a lifetime and not a 50-year. But I do appreciate the 50 years over the 15. It's a good project.
Thank you.
So is this in the city of Fruitland Park?
It is in the city of Fruitland Park.
Have they approved the project?
The site plan has been approved by, well, the zoning is approved, but we've actually taken the site plan through the staff level approval. Last week, we were approved at planning and zoning, and we're on for the May 14th city council for the approval there.
As affordable housing or something?
As affordable housing.
Yeah, I did want to ask Commissioner Parks. Do you have a question?
I think easy questions, but just for the general audience, the 30% of area median income, what does that mean? And then the 50-year compliance period, I do agree, that's good, that's better, a lot better. Also, so this is open to anybody in those incomes, right? It's not senior, not that I don't have anything against seniors, but it's open, it's just general. So this is a workforce, that's what I thought.
We currently do not have an age restriction planned for the community.
You don't have an age restriction, but you have an income restriction, right?
We do have an income restriction.
Yes, that makes sense. I just want, because I've seen some that are age restricted and income too as well.
It's not a designated senior community, yeah.
Okay, so this could help with workforce, housing issues, and people that are working hard, they just,
Absolutely, especially those folks around the 80%, I think, are closer to the workforce level.
Okay.
So my big problem these days is that we have a provision under the Live Local Act that now Lake County, although we opted out of originally, we don't have the ability to opt out of, and that has to do with property tax exemptions on affordable housing. And so, in the past, we opted out, we still collected property taxes. Now, we don't have the authority to do that because of a calculation over the Orlando, Lake County, our market area. And they've decided that we don't have enough affordable housing, and therefore we have to give tax breaks to projects like this going forward. So help me out with that one, because on one hand, you're asking us for $470,000 to help you get the project, the financing that Florida allows for projects like this. On the other hand, we're going to be losing tax dollars,
I can help
ad
clarify that for
valorem
you.
tax dollars, correct?
No. I can help clarify that for you. I'm Scott Culp. I'm the principal, one of the owners of Atlantic Housing. Been developing affordable housing for, hardly can believe it, 40 years now in Central Florida, and very well aware of the Live Local Act and the provisions under there with regard to the real estate tax exemptions. The exclusion you have for 9% low-income housing tax credit properties are not eligible for that exemption. Specifically in the Florida statutes. So 9% low-income housing tax credit communities, like we would be eligible to apply for with the contribution. The $460,000 is the minimum contribution in a medium-sized county. Florida Housing Finance Corporation separates counties by size. Medium-sized counties, the minimum contribution is $460,000 to be eligible for the low-income housing tax credits, 9% low-income housing tax credits. With those tax credits, there's a specific exclusion for the communities that have a Florida Housing Finance Corporation extended use agreement under that program. So we would be paying real estate taxes based upon the income approach, which was the statute prior to the Live Local Act. That act was specific to communities that were not supported. by the 9% low-income housing tax credit. As I'm sure you're probably aware, there's no actual funding coming from the federal or state government for that program. That's an annual tax credit that we receive in exchange for keeping those units affordable. It's very competitive. It is a resource that works well and has since 1985, I believe, in creating affordable housing, but it doesn't necessitate the need to have that real estate tax exemption to make it long-term economically sustainable. So I hope that helps to answer the question.
So you will be paying
Yes.
ad valorem tax?
Yes. Assuming that we receive the 9% low-income housing tax credit allocation, your $460,000 is contingent upon our receipt of that. We don't receive your $460,000 in contribution until the units are placed in service and we have the allocation of the low-income housing tax credits.
Okay. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah, I've got one more question. Are you going to be asking for any impact waiver fees when you build this thing?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's a good question. Appreciate you asking that.
We like to ask every year, but really goes back to the same thing. The 9% low-income housing tax credit program is a program that works very well across the country and helps us with regard to the ability over the long term. We don't build, fill, sell anything. All of our communities we're keeping in our portfolio for the long term. We've never sold anything in less than 18 years. But we can keep them economically sustainable with the 9% credit. We don't need the other incentives. Now, when we come to you for other types of bond-only programs or sale programs, other programs that are available, those have gaps. And that's when we're coming to the county and saying, here's a gap. We can help provide for the affordability, but this one won't have the gap. We need the $460,000 to be eligible for the tax credits at the state level.
Okay. All right. It gets confusing because there's all these different types of.
Like I said, I've been doing this 40 years, so it becomes kind of commonplace to me, but it's not commonplace and not simple.
Okay. What about restricting it to existing Lake County residents?
We're not allowed to do that.
You
That'd
are
be
or
a
not?
violation of the federal fair housing to restrict it to Lake County residents. So we have to take, for the tax credit program, those people that qualify. We can do non-discriminatory qualification process. The income approach is a requirement, so we can do that, but we can't tell the people that they have to already be a Lake County resident. Now, we can, and we often do, open up early type of registration for pre-leasing for the residents of the county or the city that we're in, and we're allowed to do that. But we can't restrict units and hold them open, hold them available for Lake County residents. It'd be a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
Okay, so, but it's a matter of when you put it out there for availability, you can do that on a more of a localized basis.
We can advertise and market very focused to something that the county in their commitment letter asks us to do and focus on. We just can't not take an applicant that otherwise qualifies because they're not living currently in the county.
And it could be a senior, right? Because it's not age restricted.
Because it's not age restricted, it could be a senior. Unless we restrict it for age, we're not able to, make any differentiation based upon the age.
And this, obviously goes to that overall situation. We were talking about homelessness earlier, and sometimes it's, that one thing that then puts somebody in a scenario where they're living in a hotel or on someone else's sofa. And it's, on one hand, it's hard to argue that, we're trying to keep people from, being in that situation, but then we're not going to have opportunities like this for them to be able to qualify for.
Yeah. And I will point out that just as Craig mentioned, Lake Saunders Shores, it was actually the first 9% low-income housing tax credit community that was developed under the permit-ready preference that came out from Florida Housing Finance Corporation a couple of years ago. This community is going to be permit-ready in the application this year, and that gives us a preference. So we have the ability for Lake County in particular, because there's obviously a number of medium counties. You get into a very competitive cycle with those developers that have the resources to go ahead and actually purchase the property that we own, complete the construction documents and the permitting process. We have a preference in the application process.
Okay, all right, and then the last thing goes to something Commissioner Smith asked. The last thing I want to do is is authorize or approve something that would be contrary to what the city of Fruitland Park wants to do. So I just want to make sure that we're on that same page with the city of Fruitland Park. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, any other comments? All right, back to the board. Do we have a motion?
What's the request? What's the original? Can you put the request up?
The request is for a local contribution for a low-income housing tax credit program through the Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
And a letter of commitment as well. And just to give you a little bit of a range, a family of 4 residing in the project would serve, for example, on the higher end, their maximum income limit would be about $126,000. That's on the higher end. And then related to the home units, on the lowest end, highest income would be in the $30,000 range. And they have set aside 5 units for the home HUD program, but the majority of the units will serve the workforce housing that they're interested in serving. So that gives you a good range of what the income levels will be.
Right.
And we don't know if they'll get it or not, right?
And this is 100% grant funded, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner, did you have a question?
Well, I didn't know for sure if they would get the financing or not. I mean, you're competing.
There's a lot of hoops they got to jump through
Right, so
anyway.
we don't know for sure that we would have
They,
to.
they do need the commitment from the county for their application, period.
Okay.
Right.
For their application, yes. Yes.
Right. Okay, so we had a motion, we had a second. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, moving along then to reports. County manager,
Nothing for me.
Commissioner Sabatini.
Just that session, obviously they're in session now on the maps, but the real budget's coming up next month. It's a budget session, but a lot of policy is going to be discussed too. I think, I could be totally wrong, but it's a high possibility. So make sure you're being diligent in speaking about some of the terrible bills. And I just have to say this for the record. Policy-wise, our legislature did, in fact, and our delegation is no exception, push policies that are universally hostile to the majority of the will of the people who live in Lake County. The single worst bill to make it all the way through the legislative session, which has already been signed into law last week, which is one of the worst bills ever passed in the history of the state of Florida since 1845, is a bill pertaining to agricultural enclaves. Now, thankfully, we were spared by like sort of the razor's edge language in the bill that would have included basically every large property in our county that's right now designated as agricultural. Had it been structured even slightly differently, basically every farm in the county could automatically become decently dense residential housing overnight through an administrative direction with no vote or public hearing. I've talked to our attorney and our staff, and their tentative position now, I just reviewed it this morning, is that the agricultural enclave property does not affect certain properties that are of high public interest in the community that I specifically requested be reviewed in regard to that law. But what I will say is it's a terrible law. It's extremely destructive. It's shocking how little public scrutiny it got in the public eye, and the reason why is because the so-called blue ribbon bill, which was universally considered to be the worst bill filed this session, did die, but it took everyone's interest, most of the public advocacy interests, to focus on that one. And so a lot of this agricultural enclave bill making was totally unscrutinized and ignored. And it made it through. Everyone in our Lake County delegation voted for it, and it's just an absolute terrible bill. At the trajectory we have now, there won't be any agriculture whatsoever in the state of Florida in 25 years, probably not even sugar, based on what's happening right now. It'll just be low-income housing from coast to coast. And so the state of Florida is being utterly destroyed, and our delegation willfully assisted in it and voted for it and praised the bill. So I hope everybody takes a look at that and strongly considers getting very involved in lobbying efforts to stop bills that literally turn every farm in the state of Florida into high-density housing overnight, which has been the official policy in Florida over the last few years. So terrible bill, made it through, but I guess technically it could be worse, so that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Parks.
Yes. Well, I made it back, obviously, from the Florida Wildlife Corridor trek. I don't even know where to start. It's an amazing experience. I'm still trying to put it all together. Everything that we did and the perspectives gained. There's a lot that I thought I knew about Florida that could be applied to Lake County, and realized there's so much more that I learned on the trek and what could be brought back here to Lake County. I think some common themes are more collaboration. There's some really good science out there that we just haven't used yet. It's available to us. There's a common thread among whether you're Democrat, Republican, whatever you are, that is I knew was, here, prevalent here, but it was just amazing to see that in this part of North Florida, going from, that was called the Lighthouse, the Longleaf to Lighthouse trek, starting in Thomasville and ending at the St. Mark's Lighthouse. So still trying to process it all. There was only 4 of us, but I'll tell you, there's probably 50 people behind the scenes that are going to make this movie happen that's going to come out in probably October, November-ish, in that time frame. That will, I hope, inspire a lot of people to obviously promote the Florida Wildlife Corridor. And we have two parts of the corridor that come through Lake County. It's very, very unusual. Not a lot of counties have that. There are 1 or 2 counties that actually don't have a wildlife corridor that's actually been mapped. We have north through Wekiva and then south through Green Swamp. A couple of critical links that have been protected, one in Wellness Way, but also Wekiva is extremely important. But also what happens in between those is going to be important as well, the corridor-compatible communities and what we can do to get, use a transportation term, some more on-ramps to the corridor. I think what's amazing is this coalition that's coming together of those that are in agriculture, the conservation, those that have been in nonprofit conservation work, Trust for Public Land, which helped us, Nature Conservancy for many, many years, the scientists at Archbald, the scientists at Tall Timbers, all coming together, and then meeting the landowners, I think was a pretty cool missing component I had not seen, kind of talking to individual landowners here, but then in North Florida as well, and their how they're inspired and thinking about the next generation, and that's what this was all about. I can't say enough about the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation, again, to put on something like this and a camera crew to trek through the places that we went, which you'll see in the film, was amazing. Kudos to them as well. So it should be really good. I hope it'll inspire us, but I'm just 1,000 more %. A little tired right now, still trying to get back on some of the sleep, but because it was nonstop. But I'm 1,000% more inspired about what the Corridor Foundation is doing and what we can do here to promote conservation, keep our culture of conservation, and agriculture is a real key for us in Lake County. That's the future and how we move together. And there's maybe some things I'm going to bring back to Lake County that we can do with local leaders here. Next steps, which
Does it involve taking a long hike together?
it could. It just may do that through some of our own wildlife corridors,
All right.
yeah, which you'll be the first to be volunteered for that. There's no hotels, cabins, or anything. This is camping only.
Primitive?
Yeah, camping only. We might be able to find a different version for people, but anyway. I'm just trying to put it all together. I'll have amazing stories. I'll probably just pull them out on occasion. Oh yeah, I remember this now, that what happened and how it might apply to a discussion. So bear with me. I kind of go off on those a little bit sometimes, but All that to say, it was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me, and will forever change and help how I look at policy. So,
Did you have any wild animal encounters that,
I mean, we got close to some pretty big alligators, a lot of owls, a lot of Sherman fox squirrel. I mean, we had a whole list, and all kinds of birds. It was expert people along the way that were experts in every kind of wildlife, so we got to learn a lot about that.
Yeah. well, congratulations on successfully achieving that and
Yeah.
making it the whole distance, and for all the experiences that you had, and that,
Yeah, and my fellow trekkers, Commissioner Rick Miner from Leon County, and Jack Porter, she's a councilwoman at Tallahassee, and Becky Troutman down as a commissioner in Polk County as well. So it was the four of us, so kind of a good mix.
was it 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats?
It was, but we never.
And you're still a Republican, right?
I am,
Yeah.
of course, yeah, but yeah.
All right, just giving you a hard time.
No, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, there was the Republicans. I mean, it's not one of those issues, or the blue issue or a red issue. And I wish more people would realize that. I mean, it's for both of us. So, I'll quote Teddy Roosevelt, as you know, as often as being a good example of conservation. Who was a Republican?
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. And the father of our national parks.
That's
so.
right. Yeah, so more to come on that, but thank you. And I know Jeff out there in communications was following me a little bit. I couldn't get him text sometimes. We didn't have mobile service, but thank you for following me on that.
All right, great, good job. Commissioner Smith?
I don't have a lot to report, other than today happens to be my wife April's birthday. I will not tell you her age because I like sleeping safely, but just wanted to say happy birthday, April.
All right, happy birthday too, April. And Commissioner Morris?
Well, I've texted April and she says she's 39 and holding. So, and I also told her to have Kirby take her somewhere really nice tonight. I appreciate y'all putting up with me today. I'm a little under the weather. I brought some British stuff back that nobody wanted. So I appreciate y'all putting up with me today.
All right, well, thanks for participating, even when you don't feel very well. So we appreciate getting your input. Okay, on my report, a couple things. While Commissioner Parks was off hiking around the state, I was covering the IFAS Urban, I'm trying to institute the landscape. It was a 2-day event. We were involved with one of the programs, and we were focused on Wellness Way and the landscape ordinance there, and it was very well received. It was, I personally think that it all went very well, and that people that were there at the event, they were really interested in what we were doing and what we've been able to accomplish so far, and had a lot of great questions. And but the focus being that Wellness Way is on the Lake Wells Ridge, and obviously we've got to do something about water conservation and find ways to still landscape and have pretty yards and places to be outside in our own yards, while also not using, well, I think the number was somewhere between like 50 to 60%, 40 to 60% of water that we as Central Florida residents consume is our irrigation. So when we can cut that down, we can make a big difference. And so kudos to you and all your work on that, and staff's work on, when we talked a lot about the fact that we had to bring together a lot of people and get input, a lot of stakeholders, and that it did not turn out exactly the way that it started, because we were listening and we were taking input and we were trying to balance those interests. But at the end of the day, I think the product is something that you can be proud of, and that Lake County can be proud of, and that I think the homeowners that reside in those areas, and they get the opportunity to actually implement that Florida-friendly and native plant yard, it's going to be a positive thing that other counties and municipalities will look at. So,
Thank you for filming. Appreciate that. I'm sure you did a great job.
Well, I was trying to channel Commissioner Parks in my
If it
comments.
was Tuesday, I was probably stuck in the mud somewhere, so.
Okay, so let's see, real quick, Commissioner Parks and I were down at the Farm Bureau dinner last night, and that was at Southern Hills Blueberry Farm. That was amazing. That venue is spectacular. Anybody that has not visited that as a Lake County resident, you've got to check it out. I hear that Commissioner Sabatini is a regular there, but it's beautiful. And so great venue, and kudos to those farmers, and then also to the Farm Bureau, and they had Cattlemen's Association folks that were there. So good event. They do a great job trying to keep their community cohesive. We were out at the fair, Commissioner Parks, before you left on your trip. He was there. We were there for the steer auction, and we actually got to look for people that were bidding on the steer. Yeah, so that was really great. And also seeing the kids, the FFA students, participants, and 4-H, amazing. These kids are really, really outstanding, the work that they do. They call them their projects, but, you know, they're raising these animals and preparing them to be auctioned off or to show them at the fair. And it's just really heartwarming to see how much goes into that, how much responsibility it takes. They learn economics. They learn, you know, animal science. It's just all around a good program, and we've got a lot of great kids in Lake County and parents that are supporting them with those efforts. I've been working closely with Bobby and Justin and Water Authority folks and County Attorney's Office on getting signage at the Sandbar area and Silver Glen. Law enforcement has been handing out a publication that was put together by our information folks explaining what the rules are. So far, so good, as long as you had law enforcement right there, but there was questions about where does it start and where does it end. So this is going to go a long way once that signage is available. And then at that point, it's up to the Sheriff's Department and Marine Patrol to issue those citations and hopefully get that situation under control so people can still have a good time and not, you know, encroach on other people's rights while they're having a good time. I went to the Kaiva Basin Commission meeting. I brought up to that group, which includes all of the major state agencies, and FDOT is there, the problem with the ramp at 46, where it stacks onto the Parkway, and it also stacks on 46A for a really far distance. I've actually heard that some mornings it is almost all the way over to 44. So I'm just bringing that up as I look at some of our public works folks to let them know we've got to stay on DOT. There's got to be some sort of a study or evaluation on how that can be addressed, because it's blocking the Parkway for one, but it's making it impossible for people to get down there and make their commute and get on the Parkway. So let's see. But they did report that the use of the Parkway is way above what was originally calculated and estimated. Last thing, let's see, just to highlight information that went out last night about the alligator incident at the Pine Meadows Conservation Area, to remind everyone it is alligator mating season. You cannot be careful enough. And those that have pets, small children, do not go along lake shores, especially vegetated areas. You will not see alligators usually. They blend. This is how it works, and they're more aggressive and moving around this time of year, and you got to just be super careful. So that was just a reminder to everyone in the county to be careful, and especially folks that have moved to Florida in this area recently that don't realize what a danger that is. And one last thing, just to mention that we did, you may know this, but we did get our water management district permit from St. John's for Britt Road, and our staff is working closely with FDOT, and we're just waiting any minute now, up until May 14th. They have until May 14th, DOT, to issue their approval, so we can take that out to bid. So we're hoping that it comes sooner than that, because once that happens, then staff can move along with procurement and we can start working out there. So just want to give hope to the people that have been waiting for that road to help with their commute, and it will be a happy day in Lake County when we're able to start doing that work. Okay, all right, with that, other than being April's birthday, what day is it today, Commissioner Smith?
Well, there's one more thing I forgot to mention, and I'm segueing off of you two. City of Mount Dora had a phenomenal Arbor Day celebration, so very well attended. But in case you were wondering, today is National Blueberry Pie Day.
Perfect. All right.
That's all I have.
Okay, all right, very good. We have a lot of blueberries. Well, we're struggling with blueberries because of the cold weather, but a lot of opportunities for blueberries in Lake County. All right, we stand adjourned.